Chapter 150. The fallen Wang Yuanqing's scream instantly spread throughout the entire open space, attracting the attention of everyone in the open space. Swoosh! Numerous gazes quickly gathered on the body of a young man not far away. Their gazes roamed around before they fixed their gazes on the enormous icy blue eyeball behind the young man. Endless streams of cold air intertwined and swept across the eyeball, looking exceptionally strange. It really is the innate fiend dark eye. Although its size is much smaller, its aura is very similar to the heaven fiend netherworld eye in the Annihilation Forest. The heaven fiend dark eye should be a naturally formed cold air current. Why is Zhuowen able to use this kind of cold air current? Didn't you hear that Zhuowen escaped from the heaven fiend nether eye? Perhaps this kid obtained a lot of benefits from it. An uproar followed. Many people looked at Zhuowen with a trace of respect in their eyes. After all, a practitioner who could walk out of the heavenly fiend dark eye's hopeless situation was already proof of this practitioner's strength. Needless to say, he also had the ability to control the heavenly fiend dark eye's cold air. Not far away, Lu Qingshang quietly leaned against the wall. His eyes flashed as he looked at Zhuowen with a thoughtful expression. He is actually able to control the cold air flow within the heaven fiend dark eye. Looks like the benefits he obtained from the Qianquan bag may be beyond my expectations. Lu Qingshang muttered in a low voice. However, his gaze grew increasingly fiery and greedy. The more valiant Zhuowen's performance was, the more anticipation he had in his heart. This also meant that the Qianquan bag in Zhuowen's hands was even more precious. A little warrior of the Yin Void realm could reach such a powerful level. If he could get it, he might be able to break through the human king realm and reach the earth king realm, or even the heavenly king realm. On the empty ground, Zhuowen glanced at the huge icy blue eye behind him in astonishment. Even he did not expect that when he released all the cold chi that the ice symbol had absorbed from the heaven fiend dark eye, it would actually form an eyeball that was similar to the heaven fiend dark eye. From the giant eye behind him, he could feel the great power contained in it. Although this power was not as great as the real heaven fiend eye, it was far beyond that of a half-step King Zhao realm warrior. Slowly recovering from his astonished expression, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Dragging the enormous icy blue eyeball behind him, he shot straight towards Wang Yuanqing like an arrow that had left a bow. Endless cold air was continuously released around Zhuowen's body as he moved, causing a layer of crystal-clear ice to form on the ground. What surprised Zhuowen was that the small heaven fiend dark eye that had condensed behind him had a great effect on his attack. Whether it was his speed or his attack, at this moment, they were both greatly enhanced. Moreover, the cold air currents in the small dark sky fiend's eyes were like his left and right arms. As long as he willed it, the cold air currents would automatically appear around his body and protect him. Zhuowen was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Wang Yuanqing's head. Immediately, Zhuowen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Carrying countless cold air currents, he fiercely punched towards Wang Yuanqing's head. Wang Yuanqing also slowly recovered from his shock. He could tell that the eyeball behind Zhuowen was not the real heaven fiend dark eye. The power within it was much weaker. Therefore, the worry in his heart was put to rest at this moment. Deliberately mystifying little brat. Since you're so overconfident, this old man will fulfill your wish and let you die a quick death. Wang Yuanqing suddenly stepped aside. His whole body was like a ghost, and he easily dodged Zhuowen's punch. At the same time, a dark and ruthless expression flashed across Wang Yuanqing's eyes. Immediately, he grabbed Zhuowen's fist with both hands. Lowering his shoulders, his steel-like knee was like a spring as it ferociously kicked towards Zhuowen's abdomen. Boom! A dull sound suddenly resounded in the entire space. Soon after, Wang Yuanqing's wild laughter suddenly rang out. Zhuowen, the gap between you and me is as wide as a chasm. Even if I am seriously injured, I am not someone who can be provoked by a cat or a dog like you. Therefore, you are destined to have this kind of result. Wang Yuanqing's knee finally fiercely hit Zhuowen's lower abdomen. Wang Yuanqing was very clear about the power of his knee attack. Not to mention Zhuowen, who was only in the Yin Void realm, even a warrior in the King Zhao realm at the same level would not be able to survive it. However, his smile only lasted for a moment before it froze. This was because the scene of Zhuo when clutching his abdomen and slowly collapsing did not appear. The young man in front of him actually abruptly raised his head. A trace of a strange smile was actually revealed on his delicate and handsome face. Old dog, is this the extent of your attack? If this is the extent of your attack, then your strength as a warrior in the King Zhao realm is not that great. The young man grinned. Immediately, the pupils of the small heaven-fiend dark eye behind him suddenly converged on Wang Yuanqing. In the huge pupil, Wang Yuanqing could even see his own reflection. At the same time, Wang Yuanqing felt a slight numbness in his knee. When he looked down, he was shocked to find that his knee did not hit Zhuowen's abdomen, but was blocked by a layer of strange cold air. How is this possible? How could a bastard like you block my attack? What happened to my attack just now? Even if you have level 2 mental strength, it is impossible for you to block the full attack of a warrior in the King Zhao realm. Traces of horror slowly rose from the depths of Wang Yuanqing's eyes. He was also shocked and fell into a momentary daze. A glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. The pupils of the small heaven-fiend dark eye behind him suddenly shrunk and locked onto Wang Yuanqing in an instant. Soon after, the eyeball collapsed and transformed into hundreds and thousands of sharp blade-like cold air flows that enveloped Wang Yuanqing like a huge mouth. The moment the endless cold air currents enveloped him, Wang Yuanqing recovered from his daze. He stared at the hundreds and thousands of cold air currents rushing towards him. Even he felt a chill in his heart. Zhuowen, you little bastard! Don't think that these cold air currents can do anything to me. Mountain-splitting thunderbolt break for me. Wang Yuanqing waved his hands. In an instant, countless lightning bolts surged out from his hands. It was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were galloping. His hands emitted a blazing blue electric light. The moment the blue electric light condensed, Wang Yuanqing raised his hands and pushed them forward. The blazing electric light immediately turned into a lightning mountain that was dozens of feet tall. As it turned, it crushed the countless cold air current. Rumble! In the empty space, hundreds and thousands of cold air currents were like 10,000 swords. Finally, they violently collided with the mountain-splitting thunderbolt. The moment the two collided, the entire world came to a standstill. Bang! However, this silence only lasted for a moment. Under everyone's tightened gazes, the dozens of feet tall lightning mountain in the middle of the empty space actually began to tremble violently under the countless cold air currents. This trembling only continued for a moment. Immediately, one could hear a clear cracking sound that suddenly sounded in the quiet, empty ground. Immediately, everyone was surprised to discover that traces of crack lines had actually appeared on the surface of the enormous lightning mountain. The cracks were like a spider web that continuously spread in all directions. When the cracks finally spread to the edges, the lightning mountain once again trembled violently. Immediately, under Wang Yuanqing's abruptly shrunk eyes, it actually began to crumble inch by inch. Rumble! In the end, the huge mountain completely collapsed. Countless cold air currents fought to be the first to pounce down, completely enveloping Wang Yuanqing's figure. Under the descent of the cold air currents, the entire empty space also fell into an intense tremor. After the tremors slowly stabilized, a tall figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Swoosh, swoosh. Numerous gazes were attracted by this figure. When everyone saw the youth on this figure's face, the entire place instantly fell into silence. This was because this tall figure was not the Wang Yuanqing that they had always thought highly of. Instead, it was the young man Zhuowen. As the dust gradually dispersed, a deep pit entered everyone's line of sight beside the figure of the young man that stood in front of everyone's eyes. The instant the deep pit appeared, everyone's gazes turned one after another and gathered at the deep pit. They also saw a figure within the deep pit. This figure's clothes were tattered and there were countless wounds on his body. Cherry-red blood flowed out like a faucet that had not been turned on properly. Moreover, his body was constantly twitching and rolling. Staring at the deep pit, the figure's aura was extremely weak, and he was twitching as if he was having a seizure. Finally, a trace of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. This was because the figure that appeared in the deep pit was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Yuanxing. No one had expected that not only did Wang Yuanxing fail to finish off Zhuowen, he had even been reduced to such a state. Everyone knew that the current Wang Yuanxing was probably hopeless. When everyone's gazes once again gathered on the young man, the shock in their eyes was gradually replaced by respect. Being able to kill Wang Yuanxing, who was at the Zhao King realm, meant that this young man had completely entered the ranks of the top experts in Vine Armor City. Thump. In a corner of the empty space, Zhuo Xiangding, who was originally secretly vexed, stared fixedly at the figure that was on the brink of death in the deep pit. After confirming that the figure was indeed Wang Yuanxing, his gaze slowly shifted to the right and finally gathered on the figure of the young man standing upright. His mouth was wide open and his heart was violently twitching at this moment. After remaining silent for a long time, his lips trembled as he spoke. Chapter 151. Endless trouble. Wang Yuanxing's body lay quietly in the deep pit. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of life in his body. He was clearly dead. Following Wang Yuanxing's death, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. The Wang and Chen families, who had been fighting to the death with the Zhuo family, also inexplicably stopped at this moment. Chen Xing was dead. Now, even Wang Yuanxing, who had reached the Zhao King realm, had fallen in front of everyone's eyes. The heads of the two most powerful forces in Rattan Armor City had both fallen today. This shocking and somewhat suffocating phenomenon caused everyone's hearts to twitch violently. Moreover, what caused the crowd to feel even more disbelief was that the two former clan heads had actually fallen at the hands of a single person. Moreover, that person was the young figure standing nearby. Moreover, that person's name was Zhuo Wen. The Wang and Chen families are finished. Gazing at the young man standing silently in the same spot, as well as the motionless Wang Yuanxing lying in the deep pit, everyone knew that in the future, the three major clans of Rattan Armor City would completely disappear. Only Zhuo Wen's clan would remain. And without the Wang and Chen families' obstruction, the Zhuo family's power would probably expand at a terrifying speed in the following period of time. Lu Qingshang, who was originally standing not far away with his arms crossed as if he was watching a good show, also did not expect that Wang Yuanxing, whose cultivation had already reached the Zhao King realm, would actually be taken care of by Zhuo Wen. This kind of result was already greatly out of his expectations. This kid must die. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Lu Qingshang's pupils slowly contracted. If it was said that he had treated Zhuowen with a playful attitude at the beginning, then after personally witnessing Zhuowen kill Wang Yuanxing, who was already at the Zhao King realm, his playful attitude slowly faded away. What replaced it was a dignified feeling. The young man in front of him had a pitifully low cultivation, but even with such a low cultivation, he was always able to kill cultivators whose cultivation was much higher than his at the last moment. Chen Xing was like this, and Wang Yuanxing was also like this. As he thought of this, traces of chilling killing intent suddenly flared up in Lu Qingshang's eyes, just like sparks of fire in a prairie. Soon after, traces of black qi began to condense in his right hand, as a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Soon after, his entire body transformed into a ghostly shadow. Beside the crater, Zhuowen gently clutched his chest with his right hand. His youthful face was completely pale. Activating the Saint Rune with all his might had been a huge burden for Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had only obtained the Saint Rune for a short period of time. If he wanted to completely master it, he would need a lot of time. Activating the Saint Rune with all my might is already so taxing. If the Saint Rune of Ice and the Saint Rune of Fire were to be used together, I'm afraid that even I would find it difficult to bear the pressure. From his Qianquan bag, Zhuowen took out a few pills that were full of medicinal energy. After swallowing them all in one go, he finally recovered his breath. Under the effects of the pills, the originally exhausted yuan power in his dantian showed signs of swelling again. The Jade Cauldron Armor Spirit's soul skill, Undying Essence, also continuously transmitted green energy into his limbs and bones. Soon, the injuries in his body slowly healed. Just as Zhuowen was slowly recovering from his injuries, an indescribable sense of danger suddenly filled his heart. At this moment, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. "Kid, be careful behind you, that old man Lu Qingshang wants to sneak up on you." Zhuowen's gaze abruptly froze as he tilted his head slightly. Instantly, he discovered that Lu Qingshang's sinister skeletal face was right in front of him. On his almost fleshless face, there was a sinister laughter that made one shudder. "Kid, your various performances have truly exceeded this old man's expectations. However, this glorious battle record of yours will end here. This old man will personally send you to hell." A strange laughter instantly filled Zhuowen's ears. Soon after, Lu Qingshang suddenly stretched out a withered arm. On the arm there was a viscous black qi. It looked like a wooden stick covered in grease. Lu Qingshang pointed it straight at Zhuowen's forehead. As he stared at the withered arm that was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen's heart was filled with an unconcealable sense of danger. He could feel the immense power contained in the arm before him. He knew that if he was touched by this arm, his fate would not be too good. Rumble. At this moment of life and death, the fire symbol on the back of Zhuowen's left hand instantly emitted a dazzling light. Soon after, blazing black flames immediately gushed out from the fire symbol, transforming into a gigantic flaming palm that viciously met Lu Qingshang's arm. Bang! What caused Zhuowen's pupils to shrink was that the palm formed from black flames was actually only able to withstand the attack of the withered arm for a moment. Soon after, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the black flame palm. In the end, with a cracking sound, the black flame palm was instantly turned into dust. After the withered arm destroyed the black flame palm, it was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as it ferociously pierced through the air and pointed at Zhuowen. Fortunately, the black flame palm had bought precious time for Zhuowen. Taking advantage of this time, Zhuowen was able to react and shift his body slightly. The instant the withered arm arrived, Zhuowen avoided a vital spot. Plop! A mouthful of cherry-red blood instantly spurted out from Zhuowen's mouth. In the end, the withered arm viciously slammed into Zhuowen's right shoulder blade. Under the powerful force, Zhuowen's body was like a falling leaf as it ferociously flew backwards. While flying backwards, Zhuowen forcefully endured the injuries in his body as he fiercely twisted his waist. His entire body stood up in a strange posture in the air. Finally, his feet fiercely stomped on the ground, leaving behind 2 extremely deep marks on the ground. Only then did he forcefully stop himself 100 steps away. After coming to a stop, Zhuowen's face reddened once again as he spat out another mouthful of scarlet blood. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lu Qingshang, who was completely covered in a black robe. Zhuowen also did not expect that Lu Qingshang, a Zhao King stage expert, would actually launch a sneak attack from behind. If not for the fire symbol automatically activating at the moment of his life and death, Zhuowen's current condition would not be as simple as just being injured. Your reaction is not bad. You were actually able to dodge my attack. Lu Qingshang licked his lips as he laughed sinisterly. From Lu Qingshang's sneak attack to Zhuowen being injured and sent flying, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, they saw that Zhuowen had actually been sent flying backwards with injuries. For a moment, the entire open space became somewhat quiet. Everyone's gazes were somewhat puzzled as they stared at the black-robed Lu Qingshang. Everyone present naturally knew that the mysterious black-robed man in front of them was invited by Wang Yuanqing. Therefore, from their point of view, this person was most likely invited by Wang Yuanqing with a large sum of money. However, now that Wang Yuanqing was already dead, they did not expect that the black-robed man did not have the slightest intention of leaving. Instead, he wanted to kill Zhuowen. Dealing with the Zhuo family right now was not a wise decision. After all, the Wang family had already fallen. Even if the black-robed man killed Zhuowen, he did not seem to have promised him a reward after the event. However, everyone simply did not know that Lu Qingshang's real goal was not the reward from the Wang family, but the tyrannical blood Qianquan bag in Zhuowen's hands. Only he knew how precious the tyrannical blood Qianquan bag was. Zhuowen, now you'd better hand over the Qianquan bag. Perhaps this old man can still leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, this old man will let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Lu Qingshang's gaze stared straight at the youth in front of him as a strange laughter that was hard to hear came from his mouth. If you really want it, then come and take it yourself. However, I think this plan of yours will fail. That expert's Qianquan bag has long been hidden in a place that only I know of. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to obtain the Qianquan bag. Clutching his chest, Zhuowen coldly laughed as he spoke. What a stubborn fellow. However, you also know that this old man's patience is extremely limited. Since you don't want to hand it over, this old man can only kill you, then extract your soul and refine your memories. At that time, your soul will not fall into the cycle of reincarnation, and will suffer eternally. Speaking up to here, Lu Qingshang's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and an endless amount of black gas enveloped his entire body like a blurry black fog. Soon after, it turned into a black arrow and fiercely flew towards Zhuowen. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since you don't know what's good for you, then you can die for this old man. Lu Qingshang's figure instantly arrived. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared above Zhuowen's head. Both of his hands swiped, and countless amounts of black gas turned into two huge black claws in his hands. Finally, they ruthlessly pierced towards Zhuowen's head. So fast! Lu Qingshang's speed immediately caused an uproar in the open space. When the crowd saw that Lu Qingshang had actually appeared above Zhuowen's head in an instant, a trace of regret appeared on their faces. They knew that under Lu Qingshang's attack, it would be very difficult for Zhuowen to escape. Although many people did not dare to underestimate Zhuowen because he had killed Wang Yuanqing with such a powerful force, they also knew that the main reason why Zhuowen was able to kill Wang Yuanqing was that Wang Yuanqing had been seriously injured in the battle with Zhuo Xiangding at the beginning. His strength had been reduced to less than 10%, which was why Zhuowen was able to kill him. However, Lu Qingshang was different. After all, Lu Qingshang's cultivation had reached the profound human king realm. Moreover, in the battle just now, his injuries were much smaller than Wang Yuanqing's. Therefore, Lu Qingshang was much more terrifying than Wang Yuanqing. I really didn't expect Zhuowen to die in the end. His performance today is just too dazzling. At such a young age, this young man was able to kill Chen Xing, the head of the Chen family, and Wang Yuanqing, the head of the Wang family. With such strength and talent, even in the Qing Xian Empire, he would be considered a genius. It's just a pity that this young man will not be able to survive the attack of a profound human king realm expert. Chapter 152. Ice Fiend in the right hand, Black Flame in the left. Bang! A thunderous sound instantly rose from the ground. However, what caused the crowd to be shocked was that the youth on the empty ground was not killed by Lu Qingshang as they had expected. Instead, he was still quietly standing at his original spot. Above the youth's head, a gigantic black spire had unknowingly appeared. It spanned across the empty space, coincidentally blocking Lu Qingshang's path. The intense sound disappeared like a night-blooming epiphyllum. Immediately, endless air waves surged out and swept in all directions. Quite a number of surrounding martial artists involuntarily retreated over a dozen steps before they were able to stabilize their footing. A muffled groan sounded out. Soon after, the crowd was shocked to see Lu Qingshang actually being sent flying a dozen steps by the Black Spire's immense power, only stopping his footsteps a short distance away. Lu Qingshang, if you want to touch my grandson, you'll have to get past me first. A beast-like roar instantly sounded out in the empty space. Soon after, a burly figure like an arrow released from a bow appeared on top of the Black Spire. His arms were crossed over his chest, as he coldly looked down at Lu Qingshang below. When everyone's gazes converged on this burly figure, the scene instantly fell into a strange silence. This silence only lasted for a moment, before it exploded. A clamorous uproar swept across the empty space. Zhuoxiangding? He can actually still move? Wasn't he seriously injured by Wang Yuanxing and Lu Qingshang to the point where he could barely move? Why does he look so lively now? Although Zhuoxiangding's aura is currently somewhat chaotic, it is much better than before. Moreover, it seems that the strength in his body has recovered quite a bit. The sounds of discussion continued without end. Everyone's gazes were puzzled as they looked at Zhuoxiangding, who had appeared on top of the Black Spire. They could never have imagined that a person who was seriously injured and on the verge of death would now look completely fine. How is this possible? This old man knows the extent of the injuries on your body the best. It's impossible for you to recover from your injuries in such a short time. Not far away, Lu Qingshang clutched his chest as he stared at Zhuoxiangding, who was standing on top of the Black Tower, and shouted hysterically. He had never thought that at the most crucial moment, his plan would be ruined by Zhuoxiangding. Even if he was a good-tempered person, he would still feel anger in his heart. Zhuoxiangding glanced indifferently at Lu Qingshang, whose face was filled with disbelief. Soon after, Zhuoxiangding tilted his head slightly to look at the tall and straight figure of the youth below, as traces of gentleness appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen, the effect of your pill is really good. It can actually heal my injuries to such an extent in such a short period of time. This is really beyond my expectations. Zhuoxiangding's voice was very soft, but the cultivators on the open ground were not mediocre. Naturally, they could hear the content of Zhuoxiangding's words. From Zhuoxiangding's words, it was not difficult to discover that the recovery of his injuries seemed to have an inseparable relationship with Zhuowen. It was even possible that his injuries were healed by Zhuowen. Thinking of this possibility, the way everyone looked at Zhuoxiangding's figure suddenly changed. Even they did not expect that Zhuowen would have such a miraculous healing item on him. Grandfather, let's not talk about this for now. Let's deal with this guy in front of us first. Zhuowen nodded slightly, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the effect of the pill was beyond his expectations. That pill was refined from a type of fourth-grade pill that Zhuowen had obtained from the Tyrant Blood Universe bag. It had a very good suppressive effect on injuries. That's right. This person once wanted to destroy our Zhuo family. Our Zhuo family will not let him go. On the Black Tower, Zhuoxiangding narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Let's do it." Zhuowen and Zhuoxiangding looked at each other. Immediately, the two of them turned into phantoms and rushed directly toward Lu Qingshang. They knew that the real troublesome person this time was not Wang Yuanxing, but the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Qingshang, who had suddenly appeared. The cultivation of the profound human king realm was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare with. Humph! What's the use of your injuries being healed? After all, this old man's cultivation is one level higher than yours. Now that you have taken the initiative to attack, you are simply courting death. The corners of Lu Qingshang's mouth curled into a strange smile. Immediately, his hands formed a complicated seal. Then, his hands suddenly pressed against the ground. Suddenly, An endless amount of black gas floated up and enveloped Lu Qingshang's entire body. Since you insist on courting death, this old man will fulfill your wish. Heavenly demon body. An eerie voice suddenly spread out from the black fog. Immediately, two huge black palms violently blasted toward Zhuowen and Zhuoxiangding, who were rushing toward them. Boom! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Endless black flames burst out from the fire rune and completely blocked the black palms. However, the powerful impact pushed Zhuowen's body back. After retreating more than 10 meters, Zhuowen twisted his waist and touched the ground with the tip of his foot. He stopped on the ground like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Zhuoxiangding was also pushed back by the black palms. He landed on the ground, not far from Zhuowen. After pushing back the two of them, the black palms retreated into the black fog like a tide. Then, a shrill scream suddenly spread out from the black fog. After a while, the black fog gradually dissipated. When the black fog finally dissipated, a black shadow that was almost 10 feet tall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw the face of the black shadow, they could not help but suck in a breath of air. Their eyes were filled with shock. The black shadow was almost 10 feet tall. Its head was almost as tall as 2 people. Its body was full of strong muscles and its dark skin was shining with a black light. What was even more inconceivable was that the face of the black shadow was actually a fleshless skull. It looked exceptionally ferocious. Hee. I really did not expect that you would be able to force me to use the heavenly demon body. This old man has not used this kind of secret technique for hundreds of years. Therefore, you should be proud that you were able to force me to this extent. The 2 rows of teeth on the skull opened and closed, and a bone-chilling voice slowly spread out. Zhuowen and Zhuoxiangding's eyes narrowed. Their faces became serious. They could feel that the strange giant in front of them contained an enormous amount of power. I really did not expect that Lu Qingshang did not use his full strength in the battle just now. This old man really hid his strength well. Zhuowen's expression tightened as he muttered to himself. Zhuowen, today, no matter what, you will hand over the Qianquan bag. Even if I have to extract your soul and refine it, I will make you tell me the whereabouts of the Qianquan bag. Also, no one from the Zhuo family can escape. This is the consequence of offending this old man. Lu Qingshang's feet, which were like iron pillars, suddenly stomped on the ground. Like a spring, he shot towards the place where Zhuowen and Zhuoxiangding were. Wherever he passed, countless hurricanes exploded in the air, accompanied by the sound of air explosions. Zhuowen, this guy's strength has multiplied. I'm afraid that even if we attack together, we won't be his match. Zhuoxiangding's face was full of seriousness. He glanced at the young man beside him and frowned. Grandpa, I still have a trump card in my hand. However, if I use this trump card, I'm afraid it will take some time. So, can you buy me some time? His eyes flickered for a while. Finally, a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Lu Qingshang's strength had already reached the profound human king realm. Now, because of the heavenly devil body, his strength had increased to another level. He was probably at the complete human king realm. Zhuowen knew very well that even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be Lu Qingshang's match. It was only a matter of time before Lu Qingshang was defeated. So, thinking of this, Zhuowen took a deep breath and looked at the 2 runes on the back of his hands again. So, the only hope now was the Holy Ice-Fire rune. Only by using the Holy Ice-Fire rune to fuse the 2 extreme energies of ice and fire, and create an explosive 5-colored energy ball, they might be able to defeat Lu Qingshang. Do you really have a way to defeat Lu Qingshang? Zhuoxiangding's heart throbbed when he heard this. He looked deeply at the young man in front of him. He suddenly felt that his grandson had become more and more mysterious in his eyes. Even he was helpless against an expert like Lu Qingshang. Zhuowen actually said that he could defeat him. This was really beyond his expectations. Yes. Zhuowen nodded heavily. Good. Grandpa will do his best to help you delay Lu Qingshang. However, I'm afraid that I can't delay him for too long. So you'd better hurry. Zhuo Xiangding nodded slightly. Then, he dragged the gravity tower with his right hand and rushed toward Lu Qingshang without fear of death. Boom! In an instant, the two collided in the open space. As their fists and palms collided, countless shockwaves swept out. The invisible energy ripples even cracked the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows. Without exception, Zhuo Xiangding was at an absolute disadvantage. Under Lu Qingshang's sharp attacks, Zhuo Xiangding could only rely on the power of the gravity tower to bitterly hold on. Looking at Zhuo Xiangding, who was at a disadvantage from the start, Zhuowen took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the two runes on the back of his hands with a burning gaze. In fact, he also wanted to see the true power of the Holy Ice Fire rune. Kid, have you really decided? A somewhat helpless sigh sounded in his mind. It was the voice of Xiao He, who had gone silent. The situation has reached a critical juncture. I don't have time to think about anything else, Zhuowen said with a forced smile. In that case, you should be careful. After all, the Holy Ice Fire rune is not an ordinary item. Zhuowen nodded. Then, the two runes on the back of his hands lit up. The ice rune on his right hand emitted an icy blue glow, while the fire rune on his left hand emitted a black-red glow. The moment the two runes lit up, two surges of energy shot into the sky from Zhuowen's left and right hands. His right hand was filled with endless icy cold energy, while his left hand was filled with raging black flames. The moment Zhuowen summoned these two types of energy, the yuan energy in the entire open space began to boil. Then, countless gazes were attracted by the strange situation. Chapter 153. Erupt. Ice Flame Holy Symbol. Zhuo Xiangding and Lu Qingshang, who were originally engaged in an intense battle, paused for a moment due to the unusual situation on Zhuowen's side. The two of them turned their heads and looked over. They saw two strange symbols light up on the back of Zhuowen's hands. The one on his right contained an extremely dark ice-fiendish aura, while the one on his left contained an extremely young black flame. These two extreme energies basically filled the entire empty ground. At the same time, an energy ripple that caused one's heart to tremble swept out from these two extreme energies. This energy caused even Lu Qingshang's heart to involuntarily tremble. The eyes of the young man in the empty ground hardened in front of the attention of tens of thousands of people. Immediately, the two extreme energies in his left and right hands slowly moved closer to each other in front of everyone's stunned gazes. Don't tell me that this little fellow is planning to merge these two extreme energies? A somewhat shocking thought suddenly sounded within everyone's hearts. The young man's hands finally slowly came together the moment this thought appeared. Crack! A couple of glaring sparks suddenly surged out from between the young man's hands. At the same time, a sound similar to countless number of firecrackers was emitted from the young man's hands. It continued to crackle. Is this little fellow crazy? Regardless of whether it was the somewhat stunned Lu Qingshang or the surrounding onlookers, such a thought had appeared within their hearts at this moment. All of them had witnessed the might of the ice-fiendish cold chi and the nirvana demon flame that were emitted from Zhuowen's hands. It was not an overstatement to say that the strength of any one of these two energies was completely comparable to the full-force attack of a half-step to the Illuminated King stage expert. Currently, if these two extremely frightening energies were to merge together, no one knew just how powerful the energy that was created would be. Moreover, forcefully merging these two extreme energies was likely to result in an intense explosion. If one was the slightest bit careless, it was likely that even Zhuowen himself would be completely destroyed by this frightening energy. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's current action was definitely a crazy act of seeking death in the eyes of everyone. Even Zhuo Xiangding's eyes were filled with doubt. Even he did not expect that the trump card that Zhuowen had mentioned was actually this. Crackle! Under everyone's doubtful gazes, the two energies in Zhuowen's hands finally merged together at the instant his hands came together. Immediately, countless sparks flew out from his hands like meteors that cut through the void. Following which, densely packed muffled sounds of explosions continuously rang out from his hands. Bang! The moment the two energies fused, a gray ball with 5 colors flowing within it slowly appeared in Zhuo Wen's palms. However, this 5-colored ball of energy was very unstable at this time. It was actually constantly changing shape in his palms, as if there was a creature constantly struggling inside. The explosion that everyone thought would happen did not occur in the hands of the young man. Although the fluctuation of the 5-colored energy ball in his hands became increasingly intense, it did not show the slightest sign of exploding. It was as though there was a strange strength in the hands of the young man that was doing its best to control this cluster of extremely unstable energy ball and maintain its stability. Lu Qingshang's eyes were just like an eagle's. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto the back of the young man's hands. Immediately, he saw 2 strange symbols flickering on the back of the young man's hands. As the symbols flickered, waves of strange energy were transmitted from the symbols into the 5-colored energy ball. Following the input of the strange energy from the symbols, the 5-colored energy ball maintained a kind of dynamic equilibrium. It did not explode as expected. Moreover, Lu Qingshang was shocked to discover that while the symbol on the back of the young man's hand maintained the balance of the 5-colored energy ball, it was also repeatedly pouring in the ice baleful cold chi and the nirvana demon flame into the 5-colored energy ball. Following the pouring in of these 2 extreme energies, the size of the 5-colored energy ball also began to swell at a frightening speed. A terrifying aura that was like that of a wild beast also surged out from the 5-colored energy ball. The appearance of this aura was like that of a mountain, pressuring quite a number of people until they could not breathe. What a powerful aura! Just what is the ball in Zhuo Wen's hands? Why does it possess such a terrifying aura? This aura is really too terrifying. It has basically far exceeded the range of the corporeal yang stage. Even when Lu Qingshang uses the sky demon body, it is not as terrifying as this aura. Don't tell me that the strength of this small 5-colored energy ball has even exceeded that of an advanced human king stage expert? As the aura of the 5-colored energy ball in Zhuo Wen's hands became increasingly terrifying, the atmosphere in the open space also became strange. Countless gazes gathered on the 5-colored energy ball in Zhuo Wen's hands. Countless discussions also rose because of this. This symbol? Don't tell me that it is the legendary sacred symbol? Lu Qingshang's eyes widened as he stared intently at the flickering symbol on the back of Zhuo Wen's hand. As if he had recognized something, his expression suddenly changed greatly. I can't let this kid continue. This is something that only exists in legends. Even this old man can't withstand it. Damn it, how could this little brat have such a thing? Lu Qingshang was indeed an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He was actually able to recognize the sacred symbol on the back of Zhuo Wen's hand. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Qingshang's foot suddenly stomped on the ground. His entire body was so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes of the 2 people present. He rapidly rushed towards Zhuo Wen. Lu Qingshang, your opponent is me. Don't even think about leaving. Zhuo Xiangding also saw the 5-colored energy ball in Zhuo Wen's hand. When he saw that the former could actually control the 5-colored energy ball, Zhuo Xiangding also let out a light sigh of relief. At this time, seeing that Lu Qingshang wanted to stop Zhuo Wen, Zhuo Xiangding naturally stood in front of him. Zhuo Xiangding, do you really think that this old man doesn't dare to kill you? Lu Qingshang's eyes suddenly turned red. He could clearly feel that the energy in the 5-colored energy ball in Zhuo Wen's hand was increasing at a rapid speed. As the energy of the 5-colored energy ball continued to increase, the sense of crisis in Lu Qingshang's heart became even stronger. I must stop this little brat. Those who stand in my way die. With a roar, Lu Qingshang's arm muscles violently squirmed. Soon after, countless black gas surrounded his arms. Raging ghost red fist. A low roar came from his throat. Immediately, Lu Qingshang's right fist was like an indestructible iron fist. It fiercely slammed into the black tower in front of Zhuo Xiangding. The powerful force even shook the air, creating rings of shockwaves. Boom! The instant his fist smashed into the black tower, a thunderous roar that sounded like 10,000 bolts of lightning instantly exploded in the open space. Immediately after, under the force of Lu Qingshang's fist, the gigantic black tower was violently smashed dozens of feet into the ground, leaving only a few feet of the tower's tip above the ground. Zhuo Xiangding spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the fist. His whole body was like a withered leaf, fiercely falling to the ground, creating a deep pit beside the black tower. Zhuo family brat, your luck is not bad, you actually have the legendary holy symbol. I think this holy symbol should be the greatest benefit you obtained from that expert's cosmos sack. However, very soon, this holy symbol will belong to me, Lu Qingshang. The only outcome for you is death. The moment Lu Qingshang defeated Zhuo Xiangding in an instant, he was like an arrow released from a bow. He fiercely rushed towards the youth who was still controlling the five-colored energy ball not far away. The fear in his eyes slowly faded away, replaced by extreme greed. The holy symbol was a legendary treasure of heaven and earth. According to the legends, if a warrior obtained the holy symbol, he would definitely become the supreme saint of the entire continent, standing at the pinnacle of the entire continent. Thinking of the various legends of the holy symbol, the greed in Lu Qingshang's eyes became more and more intense. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen was filled with cold, killing intent. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the holy symbol, he had to kill the youth in front of him. Lu Qingshang, I'm afraid that the holy symbol will be a hot potato for you. When the time comes, you might even have to pay with your life. Just as Lu Qingshang was about to reach the youth suddenly raised his head, the corners of his mouth revealing a strange smile. Then, under Lu Qingshang's narrowed gaze, the youth spread out his hands, and a five-colored energy ball suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qingshang's eyes. An inexplicable sense of danger instantly filled Lu Qingshang's mind. Soon after, he was shocked to find that the youth's right hand was holding the five-colored energy ball, and he was lightly throwing it in his direction. The five-colored energy ball suddenly shot towards Lu Qingshang's location at a dazzling speed. Wherever it passed, the air would boil, and loud rumbling sounds would constantly resound in the air. It was as if even space itself was about to be torn apart by this energy. Lu Qingshang suddenly screamed, and his whole body twisted in a strange posture. Soon after, his forward momentum suddenly came to a halt. Then, the tip of his foot suddenly pushed off the ground, and his whole body retreated in the opposite direction. Even he didn't expect that Zhuo would actually complete the construction of the five-colored energy ball at this time. Moreover, the instant he was about to approach, Zhuo suddenly threw the five-colored energy ball out. However, Lu Qingshang's retreating speed was clearly slower than the five-colored energy ball. After retreating for a few dozen meters, the five-colored energy ball caught up with him. The instant the five-colored energy ball neared Lu Qingshang, the gray ball suddenly contracted, and then suddenly expanded. Then, countless sparks burst out from the ball like a meteor shower. An uncontrollable explosion instantly exploded in the air. Boom! The destructive energy spread out from the air, and ripples appeared in the empty space. Not far away, a towering hill that reached into the clouds collapsed after the ripples spread out, turning into a deep pit. At the same time, at the instant the five-colored energy ball exploded, countless warriors on the open ground used their movement techniques, and after retreating extremely far away, they once again stopped and looked towards the open ground. The moment everyone left, the powerful energy ripples swept across the entire Wang family. In an instant, countless pavilions and towers in the Wang family were turned into dust by the energy ripples. Chapter 154. Shock and End. The multicolored energy ball exploded in the open space like a brilliant sun. Like a monstrous wave, it enveloped the entire open space. In an instant, the black flame waves and endless ice-blue cold air that soared into the sky interweaved into a dazzling gray energy pillar. The gray energy pillar was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the sky. It soared into the sky and pierced a hole in the fog layer in the sky. In the entire Rattan Armor City, countless warriors were attracted by the gray energy pillar that soared into the sky. When they felt the enormous power of the energy pillar that pierced through the sky, everyone's eyes became dull. A complicated mix of extreme cold and extreme heat instantly filled the entire Rattan Armor City. It was as if Rattan Armor City had sunk into a purgatory of ice and fire. Some people were sweating profusely from the extreme heat, while others were shivering from the extreme cold. This power is so strong. When did such a powerful warrior appear in our Rattan Armor City? Far away from the Wang family, many cultivators raised their heads and stared at the gray energy pillar that shot into the sky. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. They could feel the enormous energy contained in the energy pillar that could destroy the world. Go. Let's go and take a look. No one knew who said this, but the countless ancient martial art practitioners in Rattan Armor City all used their movement techniques and rushed towards the energy pillars. The densely packed figures were like locusts passing by as they approached the location of the energy pillars. When these cultivators arrived at their destination, they also discovered that the location of the energy pillar was actually where the Wang family was located. At this moment, a considerable number of cultivators had already gathered outside the Wang family. It's actually the Wang family. Could it be that the expert who created such a huge commotion is actually from the Wang family? The warriors who hurried over also recognized that this was the territory of the Wang family. A strange expression appeared on their faces, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with intense fear. If the Wang family really had such a strong person, perhaps the entire Rattan Armor City would become unstable. After all, the Wang family was famous for being overbearing in the entire Rattan Armor City. However, when these warriors who hurried over saw the Wang family's residence through the gaps in the crowd in front of them, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because what appeared in front of them now was no longer the huge and prosperous residence of the past. Instead, it was merely a wasteland of broken walls and tiles. The Wang family's encampment, which was nearly 100 miles in radius, had been completely turned into ruins. There was not a single complete building to be found. There were only some broken bricks and broken pillars, as if it was a sign that this used to be a bustling mansion. The Wang family has actually been annihilated? The Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City, and Rattan Armor City, the Armor City, the Wang family clan residence, the Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City, Rattan Armor City. As Rattan Clan Wang, and Wang Clan Wang Wang Rattan Studio World Atlas NN World Studio NNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNN of whether it was in terms of high-end strength or overall strength, the Wang family was considered to be a huge force that was difficult to deal with. However, the huge force in the eyes of these Rattan Armor City cultivators had now become so weak. Who exactly reduced the Wang family to such a state? As their shock slowly faded, the minds of these Rattan Armor City cultivators were also filled with doubts. Just as these Rattan Armor City cultivators were guessing, the gray energy pillar that soared into the sky above the wasteland finally dissipated under everyone's gazes. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the gray energy pillar dissipated, footsteps that sounded like the beating of a heart slowly reverberated throughout the entire space. Immediately after, a faintly discernible figure quietly walked out from the gray darkness. When this figure finally appeared in front of everyone, everyone's eyes widened. This was because the owner of this figure was actually a young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. The young man's body was tall and slender, as tall and straight as a pine tree. However, at this moment, the young man's face was as pale as snow. His hands were actually covered with terrifying scars, and traces of cherry-red blood slowly flowed out from the scars. It was a demonic and gorgeous sight in the entire empty space. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the young man stepped out, he waved his right hand and the three figures landed heavily on the ground like falling rock. The muffled sound reverberated through the entire open space like a great bell, emitting a sound that shook people's hearts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, countless gazes gathered on the three figures below the young man's feet. When these gazes finally saw the true faces of the three figures, they could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. This was because among these three figures, two of them were actually familiar to them. The Chun family's head, Chun Xing, and the Wang family's head, Wang Yuanxing. Both of their faces were pale and bloodless, and even their bodies did not have any aura to speak of. It was obvious that they were completely dead. Chun Xing and Wang Yuanxing are both dead. Gazing at the two corpses lying at the young man's feet, everyone suddenly felt a sense of dizziness in their heads. They had never imagined that the heads of the Chun family and Wang family, two of the three great families of Rattan Armor City, would actually die at the same time. It should be known that Chun Xing and Wang Yuanxing could be ranked among the top experts in Rattan Armor City. Chun Xing's cultivation was half a step into the Zhao King realm, and Wang Yuanxing had broken through to the Zhao King realm. In Rattan Armor City, their strength was only below Gu Yu Tian and Gu Lai. However, even with such powerful strength, they were still killed. This unexpected outcome immediately caused many ancient martial art practitioners to think that they were hallucinating. However, very quickly, these ancient martial art practitioners' gazes once again gathered on the young man. After observing for a long time, someone finally recognized that this young man was actually Zhuowen, who had been in the limelight recently in Rattan Armor City. Could it be that Chun Xing and Wang Yuanxing were both killed by Zhuowen? Suddenly, a somewhat inconceivable thought filled everyone's minds. Immediately, these people's gazes towards Zhuowen suddenly became somewhat inexplicably shocked. Everyone still remembered that although the young man in front of them had been in the limelight during the battle in the market half a year ago, his strength was only around the Yin Void realm. He had not even reached the corporeal Yang realm. However, after half a year, he could actually kill an ancient martial art practitioner of the Zhao King realm by himself. Although Wang Yuanxing's realm was the lowest in the Zhao King realm and was only around the initial human king realm, with such strength, even an ancient martial art practitioner of the Zhao King realm might not necessarily be able to kill him. The Wang family and the Chun family are finished. The Zhuo family is truly going to rise. Looking at the young man covered in blood on the open ground, everyone could not help but tremble in their hearts. They knew that the Zhuo family had produced such a monstrous figure. The rise of the Zhuo family would be unstoppable. Unlike the complicated feelings of the warriors who had arrived late, the forces that had been invited by the Wang family from the beginning were all stunned in place. They were at the front of the open ground, but their gazes were not on Chun Xing and Wang Yuanxing. Instead, they were more concerned with the other withered corpse. This corpse was very strange. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it had been poisoned. Moreover, there was almost no flesh on its body, as if it was just skin and bones. Now, it was not conspicuous among the three corpses. Some of the warriors who had arrived late simply ignored this corpse. Instead, they paid more attention to the corpses of Chun Xing and Wang Yuanxing. They thought that Lu Qingshang's corpse was an insignificant person. However, these forces knew that Lu Qingshang's strength was the strongest among the three, especially after he used the celestial devil body. His strength had almost reached the exceptional human king realm, far surpassing that of Chun Xing and Wang Yuanxing. Originally, these forces had thought that the final victor would be Lu Qingshang. However, the reality in front of them was that Lu Qingshang had turned into a corpse, while Zhuowen was still standing in place. On the open ground, Zhuowen stared at the three corpses at his feet and sighed softly. Zhuowen was also surprised by the power of the holy symbol of ice fire. Even an expert like Lu Qingshang could not resist such power. However, after letting out a light sigh, a heavy sense of fatigue assaulted his heart. His footsteps staggered, and Zhuowen actually fell back involuntarily. It seems that the price of using the holy symbol of ice fire is really high. Now the yuan power in my body is almost exhausted, and the muscles all over my body are broken in many places. I can't exert any strength at all. With a bitter smile, Zhuowen slowly fell back. However, the moment he fell, a strong black shadow suddenly rushed over from afar and caught Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen, you did well. I really did not expect that you would be able to kill Lu Qingshang in the end. You are indeed the son of the third brother, haha. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen looked at the white-haired old man in front of him and said with a smile, "Grandfather, if it was not for you, I am afraid that even I would not have been able to defeat Lu Qingshang. Let's not talk about this now. Your injuries are very serious. You need to quickly go back and recuperate. Otherwise, there will be hidden dangers in the future. Grandfather will take you home now." Zhuo Xiangding gently channeled yuan power into Zhuowen's body. Then, he supported Zhuowen and gathered the people of the Zhuo family to leave the ruins of the Wang family. This time, the Zhuo family did not lose much. Although the two important figures, Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, were seriously injured, it was not a big deal. Before the Zhuo family left, they naturally looted some of the undamaged areas of the Wang family. Watching the Zhuo family leave, the other forces outside the open space did not dare to make the slightest move. Although the important figures of the Zhuo family seemed to be seriously injured, the shocking strength of the Zhuo family had already shocked all the warriors present. The Chen family, the Wang family, and an expert in the advanced human king realm could not defeat the Zhuo family. It seems that the rise of the Zhuo family is unstoppable. Chapter 155. To have a great reputation. The battle between the three great families finally came to an end with the deaths of Lu Qingshang and Wang Yuanqing. At the moment of their deaths, everyone knew that even though the Wang and Chen families were well prepared, not only were they unable to defeat the Zhuo family, but they had also paid a huge price under the retaliation of the Zhuo family. And the price for this was the eternal decline of the two great families. Having lost their pillars of support, the status of the Wang and Chen families in Rattan Armor City would rapidly decline. It would be impossible for them to regain their former glory. This time, the conflict led by the Wang family had caused the Zhuo family's reputation to soar. No one dared to look down on this previously low-profile family anymore. Aside from the Zhuo family's reputation, there was also one person who became the talk of the town. This person was the Zhuo family's younger generation member, Zhuowen. This young man who had single-handedly killed the leaders of the Chen and Wang families had now become the idol of all the young warriors in Vine Armor City. After defeating the Chen and Wang families, the Zhuo family also took over the two families' businesses. The Zhuo family could be considered to be at the peak of Rattan Armor City. Without the suppression and threat of the Wang and Chen families, the Zhuo family was fully deserving of being the number one family in Rattan Armor City. With such fame, it attracted many experts to join the Zhuo family. The addition of these experts made the Zhuo family quite happy. After all, the Zhuo family had suffered a great loss in the battle with the Wang and Chen families. Now was the time to recruit more people. With the continuous addition of warriors, the strength of the Zhuo family also soared like never before. While Zhuo Xiangding and the others were busy cleaning up the aftermath of the battle, Zhuowen had returned to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's training room and was quietly recuperating. Zhuowen's injuries were quite serious, and they were almost all caused by the backlash of the Icefire holy symbol. However, with the nourishment of the countless pills in his Qiankuan bag and the undying essence in his body, his injuries were gradually recovering at an astonishing speed. Ever since that battle, Zhuowen's identity as a rank 2 Arcana Master had been exposed. Coupled with his glorious achievements in the battle, his status in the Zhuo family had reached an extremely high level. Even Zhuo Xiangding would speak to his grandson with a kind and proud expression. Within the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's technique training room, Zhuowen sat cross-legged quietly as strands of origin energy surged into his body like a tide before finally converging into his dantian, completely enriching it. As he cultivated his origin energy, the Icefire holy symbol on the back of Zhuowen's hands constantly emitted a faint light in the dim room. As the symbol's surface flickered, the origin energy in Zhuowen's dantian and spiritual power in his Naiwen palace actually beat like a heart. The beating sound was extremely rhythmic, and with this beating sound, the origin energy in Zhuowen's dantian and spiritual power in his Naiwen palace actually increased at an astonishing speed. During this cultivation, Zhuowen truly felt the enormous benefits that the Icefire holy symbol brought to him. Without mentioning the holy symbol's powerful destructive power, just the ability to continuously absorb origin energy from the outside world and use it to nourish one's own origin energy and spiritual power was already an extremely heaven-defying existence. In other words, even if Zhuowen didn't focus on cultivation, with the Icefire holy symbol, the origin energy and spiritual power in Zhuowen's body would still increase by quite a bit. This kind of growth was ongoing at every moment. This was just like when Zhuowen was on Earth in his previous life, playing games with a plug-in. Even if the player wasn't playing the computer, the character's experience in the game would still increase at every moment. No wonder it's said in the legends that once a warrior obtains a holy symbol, he can almost become a saint. With the holy symbol's heaven-defying effect, as long as his aptitude isn't too bad, he can almost climb to the peak. Zhuowen exhaled softly and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze focused on the runes on the back of his hands as he spoke with some pleasant surprise. "Kid, you also felt the benefits that the holy symbol brought to you, right? Back then, this Dragon Lord let you obtain the holy symbol, it was all for you." Xiao He appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder at some point in time. He crossed his paws and sat on Zhuowen's shoulder as he chuckled. Zhuowen rolled his eyes. Xiao He's skin was really thick. He was obviously trying to recover his origin, but now he was saying it in such a dignified manner. This made Zhuowen a little speechless. However, the benefits that the Icefire holy symbol brought to Zhuowen did indeed make him quite satisfied. Zhuowen was actually quite grateful to the somewhat arrogant Xiao He. With the Icefire holy symbol, your origin should be able to recover very quickly. Zhuowen glanced at Xiao He and chuckled. The holy symbol does have some indescribable benefits for the stabilization and recovery of the soul. However, the Icefire holy symbol on your body is only a trace of origin. The effect isn't as good as expected. If I had the complete Icefire holy symbol, I'm afraid that this Dragon Lord's origin would be able to recover by more than half. Xiao He pursed his lips and shrugged helplessly as he spoke. It was obvious that he had some complaints about the fact that the Icefire holy symbol was only a trace of origin. The complete Icefire holy symbol? According to the remnant image in the Icefire holy symbol, if I want to obtain the complete Icefire holy symbol, then I have to pass through the first 8 levels of the Icefire Dual Hall of Divine Academy. It seems that I have to gather some information about Divine Academy. Zhuowen muttered to himself. I think that cheap master of yours might know a little. After all, he is a grade 3 Arcana master. His experience should be much richer than a young brat like you. Xiao He rubbed his chin with his little paws as he spoke indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard this. It seemed that he could only ask Grandmaster Kuraki for help. However, Master Kuraki and City Lord Gu Yutian should still be in the prefecture capital. I heard from Grandfather that they have gone to participate in a grand event and will only be back in about a month. Now, I have to wait for them to come back before I can go and ask them. It just so happens that I can use this 1 month to break through my current realm. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. His cultivation had already reached level 8 of the Void realm. However, after the battle with the Wang family, Zhuowen had gained some insights and the origin energy in his body had increased a lot. Now, with the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol's incredible effect, Zhuowen could feel that he was about to break through again. It seems that the progress is a little slow. Zhuowen shook his head helplessly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began his boring meditation. However, if Zhuo Xiangding and the others heard what Zhuowen said, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. It should be known that Zhuowen had just broken through to level 8 of the Void realm. Now that he was about to break through again, how could he say that the progress was too slow? In the dimly lit hall of the governor's mansion, a burly figure sat quietly on the main seat. The atmosphere was a little strange. In the middle of the hall, a black-clothed man knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Lord Gu Lai, the Wang family and the Qin family are finished." The Wang family and the Qin family joined forces, but they were still no match for the Zhuo family? I remember that Wang Yuanqing has already reached the initial human king realm. This kind of strength should be considered the top power in Rattan Armor City. The burly figure slowly stood up from the main seat. Under a ray of light, a resolute and upright face was revealed. This person was Gu Lai, who had some conflicts with Zhuowen. At the same time, he was also the second most powerful expert in the governor's mansion. At this moment, Gu Lai's face showed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that the Wang family and the Qin family would still be no match for the Zhuo family. I heard that the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding, has also reached the initial human king realm. Moreover, he has a medium-level spiritual treasure. The black-clothed man lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, "Medium-level spiritual treasure? I did not expect the Zhuo family to be so well hidden. They actually have a medium-level spiritual treasure. This is really unexpected. However, I remember that Wang Yuanqing has a backup plan. I heard that Lu Qingshang of Luchuan Town is working with him. That old bastard Lu Qingshang's cultivation has reached the initial human king realm. Even if Zhuo Xiangding has a medium-level spiritual treasure, he is still no match for 2 human king realm warriors." Gu Lai's eyes flickered. However, there was a hint of doubt in his tone. "It is indeed as you have said. However, there was an unforeseen event midway. That is, Zhuowen of the Zhuo family appeared in the end. As soon as he appeared, he killed Qin Xing of the Qin family. At the same time, he challenged Wang Yuanqing alone and caused Wang Yuanqing's death. In the end, he joined forces with Zhuo Xiangding and forcefully combined the energy of ice and fire to create a powerful energy ball that killed Lu Qingshang." When the black-clothed man said this, his breathing quickened. Obviously, even he was shocked by Zhuowen's achievements. "Zhuowen? You are saying that Qin Xing, who is half a step to the King Zhao realm, and Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang, who are both in the King Zhao realm, were all killed by Zhuowen?" Crack! Gu Lai's hands trembled slightly. He suddenly crushed the teacup in his hand. His pupils shrank to the size of needles as he spoke in disbelief. "Sir, this is absolutely true. The little guy was at the scene at that time. Moreover, the gray energy pillar that shot into the sky yesterday was created by Zhuowen. He used this move to kill Lu Qingshang. Moreover, Zhuowen's mental energy has reached the 2nd level." When the black-clothed man saw that Gu Lai was showing signs of anger, his entire body trembled violently. However, he still did not change his words. Gu Lai frowned slightly as he looked deeply at the black-clothed man. He muttered to himself for a moment before he finally sighed and said, "I really did not expect that Zhuowen could develop to such an extent in such a short period of time. This speed is simply monstrous. It is really unwise to go against this kid now. Help me issue an order. In the future, you are not allowed to go against the Zhuo family. Also, prepare a gift tomorrow and send it to the Zhuo family as a token of our appreciation." After dismissing the black-clothed person, Gu Lai suddenly stared blankly at the top of the hall. His mind once again recalled the unyielding and tenacious expression on the young man's face during the battle in the market. At that moment, he had faintly guessed that this child was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 156. Qing. Long time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the training room of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, a ray of warm sunlight shone through the gaps between the windows. A tall and straight figure appeared tranquil and serene under the illumination of the light. Right at this moment, the young man's eyes suddenly opened wide, and then a strand of bright light surged out explosively from his eyes. Creak! Suddenly, the young man stood up. The muscles all over his body were like countless worms at this moment, squirming continuously. At the same time, a clear sound of bones dislocating sounded. Raising his head to the sky, he howled. A surging aura instantly burst forth from the youth's body. The surrounding yuan qi transformed into a violent and powerful hurricane that swept out in all directions. Rumble! A muffled thunder-like sound was emitted from the young man's body. Soon after, the aura within the young man's body soared to the extreme. When this aura reached its peak, an invisible air wave rose within the room, causing the tables, chairs and other furniture in the room to fall into disarray. The 9th level of the Void Realm? But with this kid's character, I'm afraid he won't stop at just advancing to this stage. A Xiaohei dog said thoughtfully as it hovered in midair. Its narrow black eyes stared quietly at the young man in front of it. As soon as Xiaohei finished speaking, the young man in front of her patted his qiankuan bag with his right hand. Then, he took out 10 medicinal pills with great medicinal strength. With a clench of his hand, the medicinal pill was instantly crushed. An endless amount of medicinal energy formed a layer of misty fog around the young man. Subsequently, the young man's chest contracted and tightened as he inhaled all the surrounding medicinal energy into his mouth in one breath. The Tyrant Blood qiankuan bag contained a terrifying amount of elixirs. Therefore, Zhuowen had no shortage of elixirs. It could be said that he could use as many elixirs as he wanted. As the young man inhaled the medicinal power, his aura rose again. However, when his aura reached the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, it was as slow as a tortoise. The young man seemed to have noticed this phenomenon. He took out 10 more elixirs from his qiankuan bag and crushed them all. Similarly, he absorbed all of the medicinal power. With the support of the medicinal power, the stagnant aura in the young man's body moved again. It immediately broke through the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm and reached the half-step to the Yang realm. However, after reaching this stage, the young man's aura time stopped moving. The young man narrowed his eyes. He knew that he could only reach the half-step corporeal Yang stage. If he wanted to reach the corporeal Yang stage, he needed to have a certain level of comprehension. After all, Zhuowen had only cultivated for a short period of time, so his comprehension was naturally not deep enough. At his age, he was already considered a monster to have reached the half-step to corporeal Yang realm. It seems that I can't break through the shackles of the Void stage and reach the Yang corporeal stage. Of the Void realm. Boy, your progress is too fast. I remember that it took you less than half a year to reach the half-step Yang corporeal realm from the beginning of the Void realm. TSK. With this kind of speed, even those top geniuses wouldn't be too far off. Martial arts are also afraid of your impatience. It's better to take it slow. Blackie crossed its paws in front of its chest and sneered with a hint of mockery. Faced with Xiaohei's mockery, Zhuowen scratched his head awkwardly. Xiaohei's words made sense. He was indeed too greedy. Now that he thought about it, his progress in martial arts had left many of his peers far behind. Now that he had the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol, his true strength could be ranked among the top in Rattan Armor City. Boy, the backlash that the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol has on you is a little large. After all, regardless of whether it is the Nirvana demon flame or the heaven fiend dark eye cold aura, these two kinds of energy are both man-grade energies. Once the two are merged, the five-colored energy ball that is created will reach the Earth-grade level. That level is already comparable to the attack of a Zhao King stage expert. That level of energy is not something you can withstand now. The best way now is to not casually use the Ice Fire Holy Symbol to combine the Nirvana Demon Flame and the Heaven Fiend Dark Eyes Cold Air. However, if you use a lower-level common-grade Ice Fire energy, the backlash will be much smaller. Xiao He rubbed her chin and said cautiously, "Common-grade Ice Fire energy?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Yes. If two types of common-grade Ice Fire energy are combined, the five-colored energy ball created should reach the human grade. An ordinary corporeal Yang realm expert would find it difficult to resist the power of a human-grade five-colored energy ball. Xiao He nodded. The cold air under Tianju Cliff should have the strength of a common grade. If you can find a common grade flame energy, you can use these two types of low-level energy to practice the secret of the Ice-Fire Holy Symbols fusion. Zhuowen nodded. The world was fair. If one wanted to obtain great strength, one must pay a corresponding price. The Ice-Fire Holy Symbol in Zhuowen's hand was a double-edged sword. If he wanted to completely control the Holy Symbol, he would need quite a lot of time. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that a month has passed, it is likely that the City Lord and Master Tsangmu should be back. Moreover, the time for the Yuan Energy Towers competition should be arriving soon. Zhuowen slowly stood up. His gaze passed through the window and directly looked in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. In the sky above, there was a huge black shadow that was rapidly approaching Rattan Armor City. Swoosh! The loud sound of something breaking through the air instantly rang out in Rattan Armor City. Rattan Armor City also darkened because of this. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. They were shocked to discover that a huge ark had unknowingly appeared above them. The ark was dozens of feet in size. It was richly decorated and glittered with jewels. At the front of the ark was a huge dragon's head. The dragon's head looked very lifelike. Those huge dragon's eyes seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Once the ark appeared above Rattan Armor City, an extremely powerful aura instantly filled the entire city. It was like a mountain, pressuring many warriors to the point that they couldn't breathe. That is... Zhuowen's gaze narrowed. His figure flashed and disappeared from the training room. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Zhuo family courtyard. At this moment, the Zhuo family courtyard was densely packed with warriors. Among them were Zhuowen's grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, first uncle Zhuo Baitian, second uncle Zhuo Dingtian, and other important members of the Zhuo family. At this moment, almost all of them were gathered in the Zhuo family courtyard. Zhuowen's appearance instantly caused a commotion in the courtyard. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the youth who had just appeared. Their gazes were filled with crazed passion. Ever since he had made a name for himself in the battle with the Wang family, Zhuowen's reputation in the Zhuo family had even surpassed that of Zhuo Xiangding, the head of the Zhuo family. Everyone in the Zhuo family knew that the youth in front of them, who still looked a little immature, had an enormous amount of power in his body. Even someone as strong as Chen Xing, who was half a step into the Zhao King realm, and Wang Yuanxing, who was already at the Zhao King realm, had fallen at the hands of this youth in front of them. Zhuo Xiangding also saw Zhuowen at a glance. His eyes instantly lit up. With a hearty laugh, he strode towards Zhuowen. "Grandfather, what is that ark that appeared in the sky?" Zhuowen pointed at the ark in the sky and asked curiously. Patting Zhuowen's shoulder, Zhuo Xiangding frowned slightly and said, "If this old man's guess is correct, the ark in the sky should be the Qinglong." "Qinglong?" Zhuowen became even more confused. "Zhuowen, it's normal that you don't know about it. Actually, this Qinglong is a high-grade spiritual treasure. It is the exclusive mount of the House of Marquis Qin in Muqin County. Its speed is extremely fast, and it can travel hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. It is a top-grade flying spiritual treasure that is most suitable for long-distance travel. Zhuo Baitian, who was behind him, suddenly opened his mouth and patiently explained to Zhuowen. However, his eyes were filled with deep envy. High-grade spiritual treasure? Someone from the House of Marquis Qin? Zhuowen was startled, but his eyes soon revealed a trace of surprise. Wasn't the Marquis of Muqin the ruler of the entire Muqin County? That was a supreme expert who controlled an entire county. His strength had even surpassed the ultimate Emperor realm and reached the fourth revered Emperor realm. Zhuowen did not expect that someone from the House of Marquis Qin would come to a small, remote city like Rattan Armor City. This was somewhat abnormal. Grandfather, do you know why someone from the House of Marquis Qin would come to our small Rattan Armor City? After all, our Rattan Armor City is only an insignificant, low-grade city. Looking at Zhuo Xiangding, who was frowning in front of him, Zhuowen asked curiously. I'm not sure either. However, I'm afraid that Rattan Armor City will become very lively soon. Let's go take a look first. The windy ship seems to have stopped above the governor's mansion. I can feel the auras of Master Tsangmu and Lord Guqing from there. These two lords should be on the windy ship as well. Zhuo Xiangding shook his head helplessly. Then, he brought a few important people with him and flew towards the governor's mansion. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He also used his movement technique and followed closely behind Zhuo Xiangding and the others. Apart from the Zhuo family, many other factions in Rattan Armor City had similar thoughts as Zhuo Xiangding. They all brought their trusted subordinates and headed towards the governor's mansion. Inside the Wind Rider, on the incomparably huge deck, a young girl in a green dress with bright eyes and white teeth, her eyes like water and skin like snow, silently stood at the very front of the deck. A trace of craftiness flashed across her watery eyes. Behind the young girl stood an old man in his 70s with a head full of silver hair and a young man in blue robes with a folding fan in his hand. The old man in the long robes gave off a faint sense of oppression. The aura he gave off was even stronger than Gu Yu Tian's. Clearly, this old man was either a heavenly king or an ultimate emperor realm expert. Behind them were the respectful Gu Yu Tian and Master Tsangmu. The two of them did not have their usual arrogance. Instead, they were much more humble. Master Tsangmu, I heard that a new Arcana Master has appeared in your little Rattan Armor City. I also heard that it's a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Looks like your Rattan Armor City is really a place of good feng shui. Such a rare Arcana Master has appeared in your Rattan Armor City. The young girl in the green dress looked around and stopped at Master Tsangmu, who had his head lowered. Her bell-like laughter rang out, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Chapter 157. From the county capital. When Master Karaki heard the girl mention Zhuowen, he was stunned at first. Then, a kind and proud expression appeared on his face. He bowed respectfully and said with a smile, "Ninth Commandery Princess, thank you for your praise. Zhuowen does have the talent to be an arcanist. His talent is much higher than mine." Zhuowen? So that little fellow is called Zhuowen. This princess did not expect that your disciple's talent is actually higher than your master's. Doesn't that mean that your disciple should be able to become a 4th-rank Arcana Master if nothing unexpected happens? According to Master Karaki, the girl in the green dress was actually a Commandery Princess, which meant that the girl in the green dress should be the biological daughter of Marquis Muqin. Such an identity was extremely prominent in the Commandery capital. It was unexpected that the 9th Commandery Princess would come to a small place like Rattan Armor City. The eyes of the blue-clothed young man and the old man behind her narrowed slightly when they heard the green-dressed young lady's words. With their status, they naturally did not care about a rank 3 Arcana Master. However, if it was a rank 4 Arcana Master, even they did not dare to slight him. I say, Kuraki, are you sure that your disciple's talent is above yours? You should know that it's already quite inconceivable for a Grade 3 Arcana Master like you to appear in Vine Armor City. If a Grade 4 Arcana Master appears, your Vine Armor City will probably directly become a mid-tier city. The old man with a head full of silver hair gently stroked his white beard as he stared at Sangmu behind him. His tone was filled with a strong interrogative tone. Master Kuraki's expression froze and his face turned red. Although he was angry at the old man's questioning, he did not dare to refute, because the seemingly ordinary silver-haired old man in front of him was a genuine peak Heavenly King powerhouse. If he had a sudden epiphany, he might be able to directly advance to the ultimate Emperor realm. Guyu Tian's strength was only at the Earth King realm, which was one level lower than the old man in front of him. Moreover, this old man was the personal bodyguard of the 9th Commandery Princess and was responsible for her personal safety. With such a status, even Sangmu did not dare to offend him. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Guyu Tian, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Sangmu, who was beside him, and sighed softly. He then smiled and said, Master Lingzhu, you don't know. Zhuowen's spiritual force, Master Kuraki's spiritual power, is advanced. Spiritual power's talent is indeed not weak. Once Guyu Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place froze for a moment. Even the old man named Lingzhu's expression could not help but turn sluggish. His hand that was stroking his beard even paused for a moment. Spiritual master's spiritual power? Is this true? Lingzhu's eyes lit up as he looked at Guyu Tian and asked seriously. Even the blue-clothed young man, who had been acting like he did not care, could not help but pause his right hand that was holding a folding fan. He also stared at Guyu Tian. On the other hand, the 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes were full of interest. Even she did not expect that in such a remote place like Rattan Armor City, there would be a genius with a high level of mental energy talent. It was rare to see such a genius even in Muqin Commandery. Guyu Tian lowered his head slightly and said softly, This is true. After all, Sangmu personally tested him. There shouldn't be any mistake. Haha. If it's really like what you said, then this kind of genius can't be buried. Such a talent should be brought to the Arcane Guild in the county capital to develop. Otherwise, if he stays in Rattan Armor City, wouldn't it be a waste of his talent? Lingzhu's eyes softened. If Zhuowen's spiritual power was advanced spiritual power as Guyu Tian said, then such a genius must be given the best resources. And such a place naturally belonged to none other than the Arcane Guild. I have the same idea. However, Zhuowen's cultivation time is too short. It hasn't even been a year, so his spiritual power may not have reached level 1. That's why I didn't bring him to the Arcane Guild. Once this kid's spiritual power reaches level 1, I will bring him to the Arcane Guild for a series of tests to register the mark of an Arcanist. Seeing the change in attitude of Lingzhu and the others, Sangmu's mood improved. At the same time, his heart was filled with pride. After all, he was lucky enough to have such a talented disciple as a level 3 Arcanist. Not level 1 yet? You're right. It's more appropriate to send this kid to the Arcane Guild after his spiritual power reaches level 1. When Lingzhu heard this, the glow in his eyes slowly faded away. Although his mental energy talent was indeed very high, since he had not even reached the 1st grade, it was not that amazing. At the very most, it would only make people gasp in amazement. After all, he had seen many talented geniuses fall in the middle of their cultivation. The shock on the face of the youth in blue disappeared. Only the corner of his mouth twitched, and his face showed a look of indifference again. His thoughts were similar to Lingzhu's. After all, no matter how talented a genius was, if he did not grow up, then everything would be in vain. At the same time, The interest in the ninth Commandery princess's beautiful eyes had also faded a little. Grandmaster Kuraki saw the changes in the expressions of the three people in front of him. Although he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, the three people in front of him were after all above him in terms of status and strength. He did not dare to make irresponsible remarks in front of them. Therefore, he could only swallow this frustration into his stomach. Bang! A slight vibration slowly came from the entire ark. Soon after, the ark began to slowly descend, and very quickly, it landed on the ground. Looks like we have arrived at Rattan Armor City. Let's go down too. Ling Ju indifferently gazed at the countless human figures gathered outside the ark. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of yuan power. Immediately, the gigantic Wind Rider beneath his feet shrunk at an astonishing speed. Finally, it transformed into a palm-sized boat that sat in his palm. The place where Lingju and the rest landed was the God's Stone Square of Rattan Armor City. Due to the landing of the Windy Ark, almost all the ancient martial art practitioners of Rattan Armor City had gathered in the square. These ancient martial art practitioners all stared strangely at the few people who had suddenly appeared. However, when they realized that among the few people who had suddenly appeared, there was actually City Lord Gu Yutian and Master Tsang Mu, it immediately caused an uproar. What made them even more surprised was that Gu Yutian and Master Tsang Mu seemed to be very respectful towards the three people standing in front of them. Everyone knew that the three people who had appeared in the square were probably of high status. Otherwise, City Lord Gu Yutian and the Grade 3 Arcana Master Tsang Mu would not be so respectful towards the three people. At the end of the Divine Stone Plaza, the muscular Gu Lai had already led a group of people to wait for a long time. When he saw Gu Yutian and the rest, his eyes immediately glowed. With a few large strides, he led the group behind him and arrived in front of Gu Yutian, before he knelt down on one knee and bowed. Gu Lai welcomes the return of the City Lord. Gu Yutian gently helped Gu Lai up. Soon after, he pointed his right hand at Lingju and the other two people in front of him and said, "These three are all important people from the province. The girl in the green dress is the ninth daughter of Mu Qin Marquis, the ninth princess. That young man is the second son of Marquis Baichuan, Su Chang. The last one is the captain of the guards of the house of Marquis Qin. They are all extremely important." When Gu Lai heard this, his body trembled. The gaze he used to look at Lingju and the other two immediately became respectful. He did not think that the three people's identities would be so extraordinary. Marquis Mu Qin was the ruler of the entire Muqin County. It could be said that he was the strongest person in the county. It was said that his strength had reached the level of the fourth sovereign. Marquis Baichuan was also a Marquis-level expert in Muqin County. Although he was not as strong as Marquis Mu Qin, he had also reached the level of the ultimate emperor stage. He was quite famous in the entire Muqin County. Among the three people in front of him, two of them were actually the direct descendants of Mu Qin Marquis and Baichuan Marquis. The other person even possessed quite a high status within Mu Qin Marquis estate. Such a noble status was something that even Gu Lai would have a hard time meeting. However, now that he had met all three of them at once, it caused Gu Lai's heart to feel a little weak. Gu Yutian found it a little funny as he stared at the slightly weak Gu Lai in front of him. This was the first time he had seen the fearless Gu Lai reveal such a weak expression today. Gu Lai. Nothing major should have happened in Rattan Armor City during the month that I was gone, right? Gu Yutian patted Gu Lai's shoulder and asked with a smile. When Gu Lai heard this, a trace of hesitation immediately appeared on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Governor, the Wang and Chun clans have been destroyed while you were gone." Gu Yutian had originally only asked casually. In his opinion, it was impossible for too many major events to have happened in Rattan Armor City in the short span of a month. However, when he heard this, he was immediately stunned. He dug his ears and asked again, What did you say? The Wang and Qin clans have been destroyed? Who did it? Gu Yutian's voice also attracted the attention of Lingzhu and the others. The three of them did not know the Wang and Qin clans, so they did not think too much about the destruction of these two clans. However, Master Kuraki's expression suddenly changed. The Wang and Qin clans were the three great clans of Rattan Armor City. Which faction in Rattan Armor City had the power to destroy these two clans at the same time? It was the Zhuo family. Gu Lai hesitated again and again, but still spoke the truth in the end. The Zhuo family? That's impossible. The Zhuo family's strength is ranked at the bottom among the three great clans. How could they destroy the Wang and Qin clans? Moreover, didn't Wang Yuanxing break through to the initial human king realm a month ago? With such strength, could it be that the Zhuo family has someone who can match him? Gu Yutian's expression became even more confused. However, Gu Lai's following words truly shocked the governor. Governor, the Qin clan's patriarch Qin Xing, the Wang clan's patriarch Wang Yuanxing, and the Lu clan's ancestor Lu Qingshang of Luchuan town were all killed by Zhuowen alone. Among them, Qin Xing was at the half-step corporeal Yang realm, Wang Yuanxing was at the initial human king realm, and Lu Qingshang was at the advanced human king realm. All three of them were killed by Zhuowen alone. Gu Lai bitterly smiled as he spoke a sentence that caused Gu Yuetian to be stunned. Even Grandmaster Tsang Mu's expression froze at this moment. Chapter 158. Ancient Cavern. Qin Xing and Wang Yuanxing were really killed by Zhuowen alone? Wang Yuanxing's cultivation is at the initial human king realm. How could someone like him be killed? Gu Yutian picked his ears again. His eyes suddenly bulged as he looked at Gu Lai and asked. Gu Lai laughed bitterly. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "This is absolutely true." Even Lu Qingshang, who was at the profound human king realm, was killed by Zhuowen when he was fighting against the Zhuo family, let alone Wang Yuanxing, who was at the initial human king realm. Zhuowen seems to have had some fortuitous encounters. His cultivation base is not high, but his methods are extremely strange. Lingzhu and the other two had also heard it clearly. They were not unfamiliar with the Zhuowen that Gu Lai had mentioned. Wasn't he the disciple with high-grade mental energy talent that Tsang Mu had mentioned earlier? From what Tsang Mu had said, his disciple, Zhuowen, was only 15 or 16 years old. Could it be that a young man like him was strong enough to defeat a great perfection human king? Only those in the perfection of the human king realm, or even the earth king realm, could kill a great accomplishment of the human king realm. Could it be that there was such a young Earth King realm expert in Rattan Armor City? They had never heard of such a young Earth King realm martial artist. No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, it was impossible to reach the Earth King realm at the age of 15 or 16. Hearing such strange news, the three of them were stunned. Perhaps even the most talented genius in the house of Marquis Qin wouldn't be able to reach the Earth King stage at such a young age. However, Gu Lai's next sentence immediately caused the place to become silent once again. Moreover, Zhuowen's mental energy seems to have reached grade 2. Back then, when he fought with Qin Xing, he revealed his powerful mental energy. Even Qin Xing could not deal with that kind of mental energy. Clearly, he has reached grade 2. A 16-year-old grade 2 Arcana Master. The 9th Commandery Princess covered her mouth and muttered to herself in disbelief. Immediately, the three of them turned their heads tacitly and looked at Master Tsang Mu, who was also in a daze. Feeling Lingzhu, the 9th Commandery Princess and Su Chang's gaze, Master Tsang Mu smiled bitterly and spread his hands to show that he was not clear. However, his heart was violently shaken by Gu Lai's news. He remembered that Zhuowen had only tempered his mental energy for less than a year. In such a short period of time, his mental energy had already reached grade 2. Wasn't this speed and talent a little terrifying? After Master Tsang Mu, the 9 Commandery Princess, The ninth commandery princess 9 commandery young 9 commandery's eyes. The ninth commandery princess's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. She was more and more interested in the young man whom she had never met before. In the God's Stone Square, the Zhou family's people were mixed in with the huge crowd. Looking at the arrogant ninth commandery princess and the respectful Gu Yu Tian in the square, Zhuowen realized that the three people who had suddenly appeared were probably the people from the house of Marquis Qin that Zhuo Xiangding had mentioned. However, he was puzzled. What was so special about this small rattan armor city that attracted the three of them to come here? In the main hall of the governor's mansion, Lingzhu, the ninth commandery princess, and Su Chong were treated as VIPs and sat in the main seat. Gu Yu Tian, Gu Lai, and Song Mu sat in the lower seat. Governor Gu, you should know why we are here. So, I will not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. The ninth commandery princess, who was sitting in the highest seat, said with a straight face, I would like to hear the details. I only have a smattering of knowledge and hope that princess will be able to dispel my doubt. Gu Yu Tian cupped his fists and said in a rather meticulous manner, Rattan Armor City is located above the Annihilation Forest. In the Annihilation Forest, there is a dangerous place called the Heaven's Fiend Dark Eye. You should all know this. The ninth commandery princess paused and glanced at the people in the hall. Then she spoke again. Father, a month ago, he sensed that the Heavenly Fiend Dark Eye was rioting. Although he didn't know who caused this rioting, it was this rioting that caused the power of the Heavenly Fiend Dark Eye to weaken by a lot. Due to the weakening of its power, the trace of restriction power within was detected by Lord Father. Thus, Father followed this trace of restriction power and used the limitless heaven and earth secret technique to discover that there was actually an ancient cave dwelling within the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. As soon as the ninth commandery princess finished her words, Gu Yuetian and the other two people in the main hall suddenly trembled. Ancient cave dwelling? They did not expect that there was an ancient cave dwelling in the Heaven's Fiend Dark Eye. There were records in ancient books. 10,000 years ago, there were many sects and geniuses everywhere in the heavenly armor continent. There were countless sages among them. Now, there were only a few sages and even some divine-level experts in the divine transformation realm. However, there were vague records in the ancient books. 10,000 years ago, there seemed to have been an earth-shattering catastrophe. As for the details of the catastrophe, it was exceptionally vague. However, after the catastrophe, the entire heavenly armor continent had declined. Countless sages had fallen in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Countless emperors and marquises had disappeared in the river of time. It was this catastrophe that had caused the martial arts of the entire heavenly armor continent to decline to this extent. Now, even sages were elusive. Therefore, the later generations called the era 10,000 years ago the Ancient Era, and the era from 10,000 years ago to the present was called the Modern Era. Almost every warrior in the Ancient Era had extremely powerful strength. It was said that the strength of their bodies was comparable to that of the powerful meta beast. They were blessed by nature. Compared to warriors of the same level, warriors from the Ancient Era were much stronger than warriors from the Modern Era. The ancient cave dwellings were mansions opened by the strongest warriors in the Ancient Era. It was said that these mansions were created by the strong warriors from the Ancient Era. They used the power of space to open up a space in the void and used it as a place for their own cultivation. Spiritual herbs, spiritual treasures, secret techniques, armor techniques, and many other resources could be found in the cave dwellings. If a warrior only needed to get a few of them, it could be said to be a great adventure. In the Qing Xian Empire, there had been a warrior with mediocre aptitude and ordinary cultivation who had accidentally obtained the secret treasures of the cave dwellings. In a short period of time, his cultivation had broken through repeatedly. His cultivation speed had almost surpassed that of a group of geniuses. From then on, he became the most dazzling young warrior in the entire empire. Such legends were innumerable in the Qing Xian Empire, and even the entire eastern lands. It was these legends that caused everyone to scramble for the ancient cave dwelling. However, most of the ancient cave dwellings were located in independent spaces. Moreover, the outside of the ancient cave dwellings were concealed by restrictive spells. Therefore, finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, there was actually an ancient cave dwelling in the vicinity of Rattan Armor City. Even Gu Yu Tian and Song Mu were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock. However, after the shock, a trace of joy appeared on their faces. If the news about the ancient cave dwelling was true, then they would have a chance to enter the cave dwelling. If they were lucky, they might even be able to obtain some benefits from it. However, you don't have to be happy too early. There is a layer of restrictive spells outside the ancient cave dwelling. According to my father's estimation, that layer of restrictive spells can only be broken by the strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm warrior. Or perhaps, 3-peak Heavenly King Realm warriors can also break the restrictive spells of the ancient cave dwelling. The 9th Commandery Princess also noticed the strange expressions on the faces of Gu Yu Tian and the others. She laughed coldly and sneered. Gu Yu Tian was taken aback. Soon after, he gave a dry laugh as he scratched his head. Following which, he remained silent. He knew that as the governor of a small low-grade city, he did not have the slightest authority to speak in front of the three of them. However, you can rest assured that if the restrictive spells of the ancient cave dwelling are broken, no one will stop you from entering. Moreover, my father has already estimated that the ancient cave dwelling in the eyes of Tian Sha-Ming should be a deserted ancient cave dwelling. The resources inside should not be as abundant as imagined. Therefore, the ancient cave dwelling will be used as a training ground for the younger warriors of the Marquis residence. The experts of the older generation will not interfere. Next, Marquis Muqin, Marquis Baichuan, and Marquis Yongxing will send people over again. Other than the 3 marquises of the commandery capital, some other forces may send people over as well. Therefore, Rattan Armor City will be very lively for a period of time. Therefore, Governor Gu, please make more preparations. The 9th Commandery Princess cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yu Tian. Her pretty face revealed a trace of arrogance as she spoke calmly. Don't worry, Commandery Princess. I will arrange everything well. Gu Yu Tian clasped his hands and said respectfully. The 9th Commandery Princess nodded slightly. After a few more words, she left the hall with Lingzhu and Su Chong. Under Gu Lai's lead, they went to the rooms that had been arranged for them to rest. Looking at the backs of the 9th Commandery Princess and the other 2, Gu Yu Tian's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Finally, he sighed softly and said to himself, "It seems that Rattan Armor City will not be peaceful soon. I really did not expect that an ancient cave dwelling would appear in the Annihilation Forest. I really don't know if this is our luck or our misfortune. Now we can only take one step at a time. After all, this involves the forces of the 3 marquises of the commandery capital. This is not something that we can interfere with. As long as we don't make any moves, we will not get into big trouble." Master Kuraki gently patted Gu Yu Tian's shoulder and said with a sigh. Just as the 2 of them fell into silence, a servant came in from outside the hall. He knelt down and said respectfully, "Sir, young Master Zhuowen wishes to see you." "Zhuowen? Let him in quickly." Gu Yu Tian and Master Kuraki looked at each other and said hurriedly. Chapter 159. Academy of Fine Arts. At the entrance of the hall, a slender figure of a young man slowly walked into the hall. His delicate face was expressionless. Zhuowen greets the city lord and master, Tsang Mu. Kneeling on one knee, Zhuowen bowed slightly and said with a slightly respectful tone. The moment Zhuowen entered the hall, Grandmaster Tsang Mu, who was seated on his seat, appeared in front of Zhuowen in a flash. Then, he gently extended his right hand and placed it on Zhuowen's forehead. At the same time, a tidal wave of mental energy suddenly erupted in the hall. Soon after, it spread throughout the entire hall. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a thick pressure. This spiritual power? Sure enough, he had reached the second rank. Zhuowen, how did you cultivate your spiritual power? How did he advance so quickly? Master Karaki's hands trembled as he gently helped Zhuowen up. His lips trembled as he spoke emotionally. Gu Tian also sensed the sudden appearance of a strong mental strength in the hall. The strength of this mental strength was indeed at the level of a rank 2 martial artist. Although he had already heard from Gu Lai that Zhuowen's mental energy had indeed reached rank 2, his heart still trembled violently when he saw it with his own eyes. Everyone knew that the cultivation of mental strength was much more difficult than the cultivation of martial arts. However, the young man in front of him had completely defied common sense. His progress in mental strength was much faster than that of martial arts. Zhuowen scratched his head and smiled shyly. He lowered his head and said, "Actually, I don't know why my spiritual power improved so quickly. I just followed the method you gave me, and as I practiced, I broke through. As for the reason, I don't know." Zhuowen shrugged with an innocent smile on his face, as if he was completely ignorant of the situation. The reason why Zhuowen's spiritual power had advanced so quickly was naturally due to the help of the tyrannical blood and the ice-fire holy symbol. However, these two were secrets that would make people jealous, so Zhuowen naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to tell them everything. He just attributed it to an unintentional breakthrough. "You broke through while practicing?" When Master Kuraki and Gu Tian heard this, the corners of their eyes involuntarily twitched a few times. In the end, the two of them could only helplessly sigh. At the same time, they defined Zhuowen in their hearts. This young man in front of them was simply a monster. He was a guy who could not be judged by common sense. "Zhuowen, you came to the city lord's mansion because you have something to ask of me, right? If there's anything you need, just say it. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to satisfy you." Gu Tian was, after all, the lord of a city. His ability to read people's expressions was top-notch. He could see that the young man in front of him was worried. It was obvious that he had something to ask of him. As for the reason why Gu Tian was so forthright, it was because he saw the potential in Zhuowen's body. To be able to become a grade 2 Arcana Master at such a young age, and to be able to defeat a human king realm cultivator by himself, if he didn't have a good relationship with such a young talent, it could only be said that Gu Tian's brain was flooded with water. Looking at Gu Tian's bright smile in front of him, Zhuowen's heart felt warm. Although he knew that Gu Tian's enthusiasm was very likely related to his previous shocking actions, he didn't believe that with the City Lord's Mansion's intelligence network, he wouldn't be unaware of the dispute between the Zhuo family, the Wang family, and the Chun family. However, before this, Gu Tian had given him a lot of help, so he remembered this kindness in his heart. Then it's better to accept deferentially than to decline courteously. "Actually, my request is very simple. I just wanted to ask about the excellent Divine Academy. Do you know anything about it?" Zhuowen scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Excellent Divine Academy?" Grandmaster Karaki and Gu Tian looked at each other, revealing a strange expression as they spoke in unison. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhuowen was a little curious about Gu Tian and Grandmaster Karaki's expressions. "Zhuowen, why are you asking about the excellent Divine Academy? Also, where did you hear about the excellent Divine Academy from?" Grandmaster Karaki, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth. Zhuowen was startled, and could only casually make up a lie, saying that he had accidentally heard about it and was just curious. Grandmaster Karaki and Gu Tian didn't suspect anything. Actually, it's not a big deal. The excellent Divine Academy is also a power in the Eastern Lands, but it's also considered a huge existence in the Eastern Lands. It's the second largest power in the Eastern Lands, and its strength is only below the Blue Dragon Hall. However, it's said that the excellent Divine Academy's overall strength isn't inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall, but their high-end strength is a little weaker. That's why they're below the Blue Dragon Hall. Gu Tian rubbed his chin and said with a solemn expression. Zhuowen was shocked. He didn't think that the excellent Divine Academy's strength would be so strong. Their overall strength was actually not inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall. This was something he hadn't expected. Then, if I want to join the excellent Divine Academy, what are the conditions? Zhuowen asked cautiously, but his heart was fiercely clenched. He had to join the excellent Divine Academy. Not to mention the huge amount of resources, just the fact that they had the Holy Ice Fire Talisman was enough to force Zhuowen to join the excellent Divine Academy. After all, after experiencing the might of the Holy Ice Fire Talisman, Zhuowen definitely wouldn't give up on such a powerful method. Join the excellent Divine Academy? Zhuowen, you intend to join the excellent Divine Academy? Gu Tian's gaze was once again filled with shock as he stared at the quiet youth in front of him. He couldn't help but ask in a sharp voice. Even Master Kuraki's face was filled with shock. Is there a problem? Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat, but he still braced himself and asked. From Gu Tian's expression, he could tell that the conditions to join the excellent Divine Academy were very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed such a constipated expression. There's a huge problem. Zhuowen, I'll tell you the truth. The excellent Divine Academy is the second largest power in the Eastern lands, and the conditions to join are extremely harsh. The most basic condition is to obtain the strength of a marquis before the age of 30. In other words, you have to reach the ultimate Emperor realm before the age of 30, and this is the lowest requirement. Apart from that, there's also an entrance examination. Even if you meet the most basic conditions, if you don't pass the entrance examination, you still won't be able to enter the excellent Divine Academy. Now, you can imagine how difficult it is to enter the excellent Divine Academy. When Zhuowen heard this, he was momentarily stunned. He wanted to curse out loud. Weren't the conditions to enter the excellent Divine Academy a little too perverted? The most basic condition was to reach the ultimate Emperor realm before the age of 30. This kind of cultivator would be considered a super genius in the Qingxian Empire, but in the excellent Divine Academy, they were the lowest of the low. Thinking about the perverted conditions of the excellent Divine Academy, even Zhuowen felt a trace of helplessness in his heart. Was this even a condition that a human could pass? Looking at the defeated expression on the youth's face, Master Kuraki sighed and said, "The excellent Divine Academy is a colossus, and it's not something that we can climb up to. Even in the entire Qingxian Empire, there aren't many who have the qualifications to enter the excellent Divine Academy. Even if there are, most of them would have been eliminated in the entrance examination. Zhuowen, your talent is already considered very high. I believe that if you slowly develop, you will definitely be able to become one of the top experts in the entire Qingxian Empire. As for the excellent Divine Academy and the other superpowers of the Eastern lands, they are simply too far away from us." Clenching his fist, Zhuowen's gaze instantly became resolute. He looked seriously at Master Kuraki and Gu Tian and said with a faint smile, "Actually, it's not that the excellent Divine Academy is too far away from us, but that we have set our own position too low. If an ant sets its own position as an ant from the start, then the ant will eventually fade into the crowd. However, if this ant sets its goal as an elephant, then it might be able to create the miracle of many ants biting an elephant to death. And my goal is the elephant that is the excellent Divine Academy. Whether it's throwing an egg against a rock, or overestimating my own strength, having a goal is always better than having no goal. Who knows, maybe I might be able to create a miracle in the end." As he spoke up to hear, Zhuowen's back abruptly straightened as an invisible aura filled the entire hall. It was an aura of confidence within determination. Just as he finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. Master Karaki and Gu Yu Tian both stared blankly at the figure of an unyielding youth with a straight back. They also did not expect that after the youth heard about the harsh conditions of the excellent Divine Academy, not only was he not discouraged, but he became even more confident and unyielding. The formless aura of the youth had deeply infected the two people in front of him. They finally understood why the youth in front of them was able to exceed their expectations time and time again, turning the impossible into a possibility. It was because the youth had an unyielding heart and a determination to press forward courageously. What you said is really not bad. I really didn't expect that you would be able to say something so philosophical even though you look like a teenager who is still wet behind the ears. A crisp voice slowly rang out from the hall. Soon after, a beautiful figure slowly walked in from outside the hall. The 9th Commandery Princess? Master Karaki and Gu Yu Tian also noticed the sudden appearance of the beautiful figure. When the two of them saw the face of the person who had just walked in, they were both shocked and respectful. A bell-like laughter slowly rang out. The 9th Commandery Princess's bright eyes slightly curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Her somewhat sly gaze directly bypassed Master Karaki and Gu Yu Tian and stopped directly on the youth's figure in the middle of the hall. Zhuowen was also attracted by the laughter. When he stared at the girl in the green dress who had suddenly appeared in the hall, his gaze suddenly became sluggish. The girl in front of him had skin whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. When she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and did not dare to profane her. However, in that pair of breathtaking beautiful eyes, there was always a trace of slyness that could not be concealed, which added a sense of spirituality to the girl in front of him. When he first saw the girl in front of him, Zhuowen could not help but be attracted by her appearance and temperament. There was a moment of absent-mindedness, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 160. 9th Commandery Princess, you must be Zhuowen. I heard that you're already a second-rank Arcana Master. You look about the same age as me, but you're already a second-rank Arcana Master. Looks like you're quite talented. If I say that I have a way for you to get a place in the Divine Academy, how will you repay me? The 9th Commandery Princess rested her chin on her hand. Her slender fingers stroked her chin slowly. Her bright eyes rolled around as she said with a charming smile, "You are able to help me obtain a place to enroll in the Divine Academy?" Zhuowen was taken aback. Soon after, he asked in disbelief. Zhuowen did not dare to underestimate the girl in front of him. From his conversation with Gu Yu Tian, he knew that there were 3 nobles in Rattan Armor City. One of them was the 9th daughter of Marquis Mu Qin. Her name was Lv Jingying, commonly known as the 9th Commandery Princess. From the way Gu Yu Tian and Song Mu addressed each other, Zhuowen knew that the girl in front of him was the 9th Commandery Princess. "You don't believe me?" The 9th Commandery Princess was a little unhappy. She pursed her lips and murmured, "I wouldn't dare. May I know how you can help me get a spot?" The young lady in front of him was of noble status. She was the daughter of a noble family. He did not dare to slight her in the slightest. "Of course I won't lie to you. However, if you agree to be my personal arcanist and join the house of Marquis Qin, I will tell you the way. What do you think?" The 9th Commandery Princess casually fiddled with the loose strands of hair in her bun. Her watery eyes revealed a trace of slyness as she said with a playful smile. Zhuowen sneered in his heart as he stared at the girl who was smiling innocently. Although the 9th Commandery Princess looked innocent and cute, she was actually a schemer. The 9th Commandery Princess hadn't even said the solution yet, but she wanted Zhuowen to agree to join the house of Marquis Qin. If Zhuowen agreed and the solution the 9th Commandery Princess mentioned was false, then wouldn't Zhuowen have to suffer in silence? Zhuowen cupped his hands and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I still feel that your Highness should first explain the method and then let me think about it. When the time comes, I will naturally give your Highness an answer. What do you think?" Do you mean that I would deceive you? Do you think that I, a commandery princess, will deceive you, a humble disciple of a small family? The smile on the ninth commandery princess's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a trace of indifference. Within a few sentences, the ninth commandery princess in front of him changed her expression faster than a magic trick. This made Zhuowen's heart tremble. It seemed that the ninth commandery princess, who was about the same age as him, wasn't a simple person. Zhuowen didn't reply. Instead, he raised his head and quietly looked at the ninth commandery princess in front of him. His eyes contained stubbornness and determination, as well as a trace of unyielding momentum. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. Guyu Tian and Master Karaki looked at the ninth commandery princess's beautiful face, which suddenly became cold. They couldn't help but feel cold sweat on their back. The ninth commandery princess in front of them, regardless of whether it was her identity or status, was not something that they could compare with. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the entire Rattan Armor City couldn't even compare to a finger of the ninth commandery princess. If the ninth commandery princess gave an order, the small Rattan Armor City would completely disappear from the world. Although the two of them were worried about Zhuowen, they didn't dare to interrupt at all. After all, the ninth commandery princess was such an influential person, and she didn't like to be interrupted when she was talking. The strange atmosphere only lasted for a while. Suddenly, the ninth commandery princess, whose beautiful face was full of indifference, covered her mouth and laughed. Her bell-like laughter suddenly filled the entire hall. What a stubborn guy! But I admire stubborn guys like you. You don't have to be so serious. In fact, the method is very simple. Isn't the Vitality Tower battle going to start soon? If you can get into the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle, you can participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties. And if you can stand out in the Battle of the Nine Counties and win the final victory, you can be conferred as a Marquis by Emperor Qing. Not only will you be conferred as a Marquis, but you will also be recommended by Emperor Qing to enter Jiaoshan College. Don't you think it's very simple? The ninth commandery princess giggled. She was still playing with a strand of her hair, but her watery eyes were staring at the young man in front of her. When Zhuowen heard this, he was speechless. The ninth commandery princess in front of him didn't have good intentions. The method she mentioned was equivalent to not having any method at all. In the end, he still had to be conferred as a marquis to be qualified to enter Jiaoshan College. However, Zhuowen didn't know that the final winner of the Battle of the Nine Counties, not only would he be conferred as a marquis, but he would also be recommended by Emperor Qing to enter Jiaoshan College. Zhuowen knew that the only and fastest way was to participate in the Vitality Tower battle and enter the top 100. Then, he could participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties and become the final winner. Only then would he be able to enter Jiaoshan College in a short period of time. Thank you for your reminder, Commandery Princess. It seems that this should be the fastest way to enter Jiaoshan College. Zhuowen clasped his hands together and said seriously. Looking at the serious face of the young man in front of her, the teasing expression on the ninth commandery princess's face gradually disappeared. Her beautiful eyes stared at the young man in front of her with a strange look. She said, "You really intend to participate in the Vitality Tower battle and even the Battle of the Nine Counties? You should know that countless geniuses from the entire empire will gather there. To stand out among so many geniuses is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Don't think that just because you are invincible among the younger generation in Rattan Armor City, that all the geniuses in the Qingxian Empire are no match for you. If that's what you think, I'd advise you to give up on the idea of participating in the Vitality Tower battle. Don't lose your life when the time comes. Are you trying to say that I am a frog at the bottom of a well? However, you may have missed a point. The frog at the bottom of the well is short-sighted because he has always been at the bottom of the well. However, if the frog at the bottom of the well jumps out of the well, then he will be able to see a different sky. What I want to do is to jump out of the well and find a higher world. I don't want to stay at the bottom of the well for the rest of my life. Sometimes. At this point, Zhuowen's face suddenly revealed a trace of a calm smile. His smile was calm and indifferent, but his eyes contained a trace of unyieldingness and sharpness. Sometimes, the courage to keep moving forward is more important and precious than a mediocre life. Looking at the young man in front of her who was smiling unyieldingly, the ninth commandery princess suddenly froze. Her smile also froze. She did not expect the young man's answer to be so different. Courage is more precious than life? If this is your true opinion, I am looking forward to your performance. Strength is not just a matter of words. It depends on the real strength of your hands. After muttering to herself, the ninth commandery princess once again let out a tinkling laughter. Then she slowly left the hall, but her clear laughter echoed in the hall. It seems that the ninth commandery princess appeared in the hall this time for you. Even the house of Marquis Qin can't ignore your talent of mental strength. Zhuowen, if you join the house of Marquis Qin, you should be able to get more resources. At that time, your chances of entering the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle will also increase a lot. Gazing at the ninth commandery princess's silhouette, Guyu Tian came to Zhuowen's side and suddenly said. Zhuowen shook his head. The ninth commandery princess was quite scheming. The conversation just now seemed to be simple, but in fact it was tit for tat. Zhuowen's answer was very clear, that was, he would not join the house of Marquis Qin. Governor, you know my character. I don't like to be bound by restrictions. If I join the house of Marquis Qin, although there are many benefits, there are more restrictions. That's not the life I want. Zhuowen shook his head and said, spreading out his hands. In fact, Zhuowen had something he didn't say in his heart. He had many secrets. If he were to enter Mu Qin Marquis Mansion where experts were as common as clouds, the chances of him being exposed would be very high. But you also need to be careful of the ninth commandery princess. Although she seems to be innocent, she is quite scheming. She hates it when people go against her will. Maybe she will give you some obstacles later. But you are a second-grade arcanist, so she won't dare to kill you. Master Kuraki sighed. Apparently, he was familiar with the ninth commandery princess's character. Thank you for your reminder, Master Kuraki. I will be careful. But why did the ninth commandery princess come to Rattan Armor City? I don't think there is anything in Rattan Armor City that the house of Marquis Qin is interested in. Zhuowen nodded slightly and then asked in confusion. Guyu Tian and Master Kuraki looked at each other. Then, they told Zhuowen about the appearance of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye in the ancient cavern. They did not hide anything from Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's strength was on par with theirs. Naturally, they would not hide these things. An ancient cavern appeared in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye? Zhuowen was shocked, and then he muttered to himself. According to Guyu Tian, the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye went berserk for some unknown reason a month ago. That was why Marquis Qin of the prefecture capital sensed the restrictive power in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Then, he used the infinite heaven and earth secret technique to calculate that there was an ancient cavern in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Zhuowen knew that the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye went berserk because of the commotion caused by him refining the holy ice-fire symbol. But of course, Zhuowen was not stupid enough to say this out loud. Recently, many forces from the prefecture capital will come to Rattan Armor City. So, Zhuo family should be more careful. Don't get into conflict with those forces. Otherwise, the Zhuo family will be at a disadvantage, Guyu Tian said seriously. Zhuowen nodded slightly and then said, Governor, the battle for the quota to enter the Vitality Tower in Rattan Armor City should be starting soon, right? How many quotas does our Rattan Armor City have to enter the Vitality Tower? Rattan Armor City only has 3 quotas. With your strength, it should not be a problem to get a quota. The battle for the quota will start in about 3 days. At that time, the other forces in Rattan Armor City will send their top juniors to participate. The location will be in the outskirts of Rattan Armor City. Chapter 161. Ice Fire. 3 days passed by like flowing water. In these 3 days, the originally deserted Rattan Armor City had become even more lively. Many unknown factions swarmed into the small Rattan Armor City like locusts. These factions were not native to Rattan Armor City, but had come from the county capital. Whether it was strength or numbers, they were many times stronger than the other factions in Rattan Armor City. As Rattan Armor City became more and more lively, the rumors of the ancient cave mansion also gradually spread. It was this rumor that caused all the warriors in Rattan Armor City to explode. Everyone understood the significance of the ancient cave mansion. The resources within were sufficient to turn a mediocre person into a genius, and allow a weak person to become a strong person. Therefore, some of the warriors, who were hoping for a fluke, rubbed their hands together and prepared to enter the ancient cave mansion. On a thick rock at Tianju Cliff, a young man sat cross-legged quietly. The young man gently waved his right hand, and the ice symbol on the back of his right hand emitted an icy blue light. The cold air below Tianju Cliff immediately surged into his right palm. At the same time, the young man patted his Qianquan bag with his left hand and took out a fiery red stone. The fiery red surface of the stone emitted a scorching heat. This stone was called a Yang Yuan stone. It contained a strong Yang fire qi. Many warriors who had advanced to the corporeal Yang stage relied on absorbing the Yang fire qi in the Yang Yuan stone to condense their armor. The Yang fire qi in the Yang Yuan stone had reached the common level. The cold air in Tianju Cliff was also at the common level. Therefore, these two types of fire and ice energy were just right for Zhuowen to practice the ice-fire sacred symbol. Yang Yuan stones were not rare items. In Master Tsangmu's trading center, there was a sufficient reserve of Yang Yuan stones. Therefore, Zhuowen did not hesitate to take away a quarter of Master Tsangmu's Yang Yuan stones. At that time, when Grandmaster Karaki saw Zhuowen take away so many Yang Yuan stones, his face turned green. Fortunately, Zhuowen's Qianquan bag had been replaced with the Tyrant Blood's high-grade Qianquan bag. The space inside was much larger than his previous low-grade Qianquan bag, which was why he could store so many Yang Yuan stones. After taking out the Yang Yuan stones, Zhuowen's left hand suddenly squeezed. The Yang Yuan stones were instantly crushed, and a surge of flames immediately gushed out. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He carefully controlled the two types of extreme energy in his hands and slowly brought them together. At the same time, Zhuowen had to divide his attention on the ice-fire sacred symbol. The ice-fire holy symbol had an abnormal control over the two energies of ice and fire. This kind of extreme control had unimaginable benefits for the fusion of the two energies. Only when the ratio of the two energies was fixed could the five-colored energy ball be on the verge of exploding. The instant Zhuowen tossed out the energy ball, the critical point of the explosion within the ball would be in an extremely unstable state. When it hit an object, the multicolored energy ball would explode with an extremely terrifying explosive energy. Sizzle! A faint sound slowly rang out. Soon after, strands of sparks leaped out from Zhuowen's hands. Soon after, a muffled thunder-like sound slowly rang out. Zhuowen's hands suddenly intertwined as the two extreme energies in his hands completely fused together. A five-colored energy ball finally slowly floated above Zhuowen's right hand. A rapidly destructive and powerful aura escaped from the energy ball. Phew! After 3 days of hard work, I finally have a preliminary understanding of the ice-fire sacred symbol's fusion secret. In the future, this five-colored energy ball will be called the ice-fire ball. This name is rather appropriate. Zhuowen wiped off a trace of cold sweat on his forehead as he spoke with an excited look in his eyes. Not bad. Based on your current physical fitness, Fusing the ordinary level ice and fire energy should be just right for you. If you go one level higher and fuse the mortal level ice and fire energy, I'm afraid that you will end up like last time. When your yuan power is exhausted, even moving will become a luxury. Moreover, this name that you have obtained is quite good. In that case, let's call it Ice Fire. Xiao Hei had appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder at an unknown time. She looked at the five-colored energy ball in his hand and spoke with some satisfaction. Therefore, it is best that you do not merge the Nirvana demon flame within the sacred symbol and the cold aura of the heaven fiend dark eye unless you are in a desperate situation. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Zhuowen also agreed with Xiao Hei's suggestion. I'm afraid that the competition for the spots is about to begin. We should also head over and participate. Zhuowen stared indifferently at the five-colored energy ball in his right hand. With a gentle flick of his right hand, he threw the five-colored energy ball into the endless cold air at the bottom of Absolute Sky Cliff. Immediately, his entire body transformed into a ghost-like illusory figure and disappeared from the spot. Not long after Zhuowen left, an earth-shaking explosion was violently transmitted from the bottom of the Absolute Sky Cliff. Immediately, an endless white, cold chi rushed to the sky from the bottom of the cliff, appearing as though an enormous tornado had been stirred. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered in the courtyard in front of the city governor's mansion. Gu Yutian was among them. A man and a woman were standing beside Gu Yutian. The man was wearing white clothes. His demeanor was refined and elegant. The woman was wearing a red dress. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her actions were appropriate and generous. The white-clothed man was Gu Xian, Gu Yutian's eldest son. The woman was naturally Gu Yu. The two of them stood on the left and right of Gu Yutian. Other than Gu Yu and Gu Xian, there were also a couple of young men, around 20 years of age, standing behind Gu Yutian. The expressions of these few young men were calm. Their temples were bulging. Clearly, they were quite strong. On the other hand, Master Kuraki stood side by side with Gu Yutian, looking calm and composed. As for Gu Yutian, there was another group of people standing beside him. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a girl in a green dress. The girl had snow-white skin, rosy lips, and rosy cheek. Her appearance was even prettier than Gu Yu's. What was more attractive was that the girl in the green dress had a pair of lively eyes. It was as if they were alive, attracting the attention of many people. Princess, Zhuowen doesn't know what's good for him. You have already personally invited him. How could he not appreciate your kindness and refuse to join the house of Marquis Qin? What an arrogant and conceited boy. Why don't we just kill him on the spot? Su Chang, who was wearing a blue robe, stood quietly beside the ninth commandery princess. He gently waved his folding fan and said in a low voice. Yesterday, he had heard that the ninth commandery princess had personally gone to the hall to meet Zhuowen. Although he felt that the ninth commandery princess had made a fuss over a minor issue, what surprised him was that Zhuowen refused the ninth commandery princess's invitation. This was beyond Su Cheng's expectation. Since Marquis Muqin was the ruler of the entire Muqin County, his marquis mansion had unimaginable resources and countless masters. As long as one joined the house of Marquis Qin, no matter if it was status, power, or wealth, they would all be at his fingertips. Countless warriors in the entire Muqin County had tried their best to join the house of Marquis Qin but failed. Now that the honorable commandery princess had personally invited him, it was the first time that Su Chang had seen someone refuse. That guy is indeed overconfident, but some of his words are quite philosophical. However, that fellow personally rejected my invitation, so I won't let him off so easily. Isn't there going to be a competition for the quota of the entire Rattan Armor City later? In that case, I'd like to see just how capable that fellow is. Speaking of this, the ninth commandery princess's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a trace of craftiness. She immediately turned to the old man behind her and said, Lingzhu, take out the purple gold door. Later, I'll be in charge of the competition for the quota of the Rattan Armor City. Zhuo, that fellow, won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Purple gold door? Commandery Princess, the purple gold door is the spiritual treasure of the third master. The third master will be here in a few days. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to use the spiritual treasure of the third master without his permission. Lingzhu's old face revealed a trace of hesitation as he spoke. Humph. It's me who's borrowing it, not you. What are you afraid of? Moreover, the third master loves me. If he's here, he'll definitely borrow it. You don't have to worry about it. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for it. The ninth commandery princess pouted her lips and snorted. Lingzhu wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The third master he mentioned was the third son of Marquis Muqin, Lu Yuanhua. It was said that Lu Yuanhua was cold and heartless, and his methods were cruel. Many servants in the house of Marquis Qin were afraid of the third master. However, as the ninth commandery princess had said, the cold and heartless third master loved the ninth commandery princess very much. After thinking for a while, Lingzhu had no choice but to agree. Immediately, he patted his Qinquan bag and a black shadow appeared in his palm. This black shadow was a palm-sized purple gold door. On the surface of the purple gold door, there was a splendid purple gold door, which looked quite mysterious. After receiving the purple gold door from Lingzhu's hand, the ninth commandery princess's eyes suddenly turned into crescents. A smile appeared on her face, and a pair of cute little canine teeth could be vaguely seen. She could not help but attract the attention of many people. Not long after the ninth commandery princess received the purple gold door, several figures came into the governor's mansion. As he stared at the few figures that had appeared at the entrance, Gu Tian's eyes hardened, before a glint appeared in his eyes. Soon after, he laughed heartily as he walked in front of the few figures, before he heavily patted the leader's shoulder. Zhuo family head, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your body is getting stronger and stronger. I also want to congratulate the Zhuo family head for successfully reaching the human king realm. Your Zhuo clan's victory over the Wang and Qin clans is well deserved. These figures were the members of the Zhuo family. Zhuo Xiangding stood in the front. Behind him were Zhuowen, Zhuo Baitian, and Zhuo Dingtian. This time, Zhuo Xiangding did not bring many people. He only brought a few important people. After all, this competition was Zhuowen's own business. The Zhuo family could not help much. However, Zhuo Xiangding was full of confidence in Zhuowen. After all, in the battle with the Wang family and the Qin family, Zhuowen's powerful strength had completely conquered the Zhuo family. Chapter 162. Yingxuelua Zhuo Xiangding and Gu Tian chatted for a while. Then, under the introduction of Gu Tian, all the members of the Zhuo family greeted the ninth commandery princess one by one. However, when Zhuo passed by the ninth commandery princess, the ninth commandery princess stared straight at him. No matter how thick-skinned Zhuo Xiangding was, he could not stand it. Somehow, Zhuowen could feel that the ninth commandery princess was staring at him like a hunter staring at his prey. Her eyes were full of ridicule and arrogance, which made Zhuowen a little uncomfortable. After arriving at the group behind Gu Tian, the white-clothed Gu Xian couldn't help but glance at Zhuowen. He had also heard about the recent rumors about Zhuowen, especially the absurd rumor that Zhuowen had actually killed a human king realm cultivator. Even he was filled with disbelief. Half-step to corporeal yang stage? Gu Xian muttered to herself. Her eyes were filled with doubt and doubt. Zhuowen's aura was only at the half-step yang realm. Although he knew that Zhuowen's mind power had reached level 2, could he really kill a human king realm warrior with such strength? What Gu Xian didn't know was that Zhuowen's main strength lay in the Ice-Fire Saint symbol and the ice and fire energy it contained. That was his ultimate trump card. The moment Zhuowen appeared, Gu Yu's complicated gaze continuously paused on Zhuowen's body. She had heard of Zhuowen's various feats recently. She did not expect that Zhuowen would actually grow to such an extent after not seeing him for half a year. Zhuowen silently stood at the back of the group with his eyes narrowed, as if he was taking a nap. However, a clear voice quickly sounded beside his ears. Zhuowen, were you really the one who killed Chen Xing and Wang Yuanxing? Tilting his head, Zhuowen happened to see Gu Yu staring at him with a smile. Slightly stunned, Zhuowen scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, I was just lucky. In fact, the process at that time was not as exaggerated as the rumors say. Gu Yu's beautiful eyes moved as she stared at Zhuowen. From Zhuowen's expression, she could see that the young man in front of her didn't want to talk too much about the situation. Therefore, Gu Yu lowered her eyelids and deliberately avoided the topic. Instead, she chatted with Zhuowen about other things. While chatting, Zhuowen also noticed that Gu Yu's cultivation had reached the third stage of the corporeal yang realm. However, what shocked Zhuowen even more was that Gu Xian, who had been silently standing beside Gu Yu Tian, had reached the ninth stage of the corporeal yang realm. Zhuowen remembered that half a year ago, Gu Xian seemed to be at the half-step corporeal yang realm. In just half a year, her cultivation had actually jumped so many levels. This made Zhuowen see the foundation of the City Lord Mansion once again. From this, it could be seen that Gu Yu Tian had invested a lot in Gu Xian. Gu Yu Tian, who was in front of the group, also saw that everyone had arrived. Therefore, he shouted and led the group towards the outskirts in a grandiose manner. 10 miles away from Rattan Armor City, there was a rather remote open space. The open space was a deserted field with weeds growing in it. However, the area was quite large. In these 3 days, Gu Yu Tian had already sent people to cut the weeds in the open space and built a large arena on the open space. The arena was built with hard bluestone. There were 2 in each direction, making a total of 8 arenas. They were placed on the open space and looked rather neat and mighty. At this time, many warriors had already gathered around the arena. Among them, there was no lack of mercenaries. After all, there were quite a number of mercenaries in Rattan Armor City. The warriors gathered around the arena were basically the local forces of Rattan Armor City. As for the forces from the commandery capital, they naturally had no interest in this kind of competition for the quota in Rattan Armor City. Therefore, the 9th Commandery Princess and the others were probably the only forces from the commandery capital who were willing to come and watch the competition for the quota. When Gu Yu Tian and his group appeared on the open space, many warriors at the scene discussed animatedly and took the initiative to open a path for them. Around the arena, there was a high platform that had been temporarily set up. There were many empty seats on the high platform. Gu Yuetian led the group to the high platform and took their seats, as they began to wait for the other participating factions to arrive. Seated on the high platform, Zhuowen sized up the surrounding martial artists. When he discovered that the martial artists around him were of varying strengths, he narrowed his eyes in a disinterested manner and closed them to rest his mind. However, this kind of rest did not last for long. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of rushing wind was heard. Then, a few figures appeared on the high platform. There were only 4 people in this group, and the leader was an old man with white hair and beard. However, the old man had a kind and benevolent smile on his face, which made people feel that this old man was amiable at first glance. Although the old man's smile was quite amiable, the aura on his body was as vast as the ocean. This aura had already surpassed the peak of the corporeal yang stage. Zhuowen could feel that the old man's aura was even stronger than his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding. It was not much different from the dead Lu Qingshang. Advanced Human King Realm. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He did not expect that the leader of the force that had just appeared was already at the Advanced Human King Realm. This surprised Zhuowen. It seemed that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Rattan Armor City. That is the head of the Huban sect, Hu Shao. The Huban sect is an extremely powerful force in Rattan Armor City. Their overall strength is only slightly weaker than the City Lord Mansion. As Zhuowen was observing the old man, Guyu Tian's voice sounded from behind him. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes wandered and looked at the black-haired young man behind the old man. The young man's appearance was rather rough. He was tall and burly. The muscles on his body were like coiled root. He looked quite terrifying. That is the head disciple of the human sect's head, Hu Xiao, Hu Wuying. I heard that this person has inherited Hu Zhao's true teachings. His cracking tiger racing fist has reached perfection. I'm afraid his strength has reached the 9th grade of the corporeal yang stage. After introducing the old man, Guyu Tian did not forget to introduce the burly young man behind the old man. As Zhuowen stared at the black-haired young man, the latter seemed to sense it and tilted his head. His gaze met with Zhuowen's. Immediately, a humming sound that resembled a monstrous roar swept across Zhuowen's mind. This tiger roar was not executed by the black-haired young man. Instead, it was an aura that was involuntarily released from his body after he cultivated the cracking tiger racing fist to the extreme. Zhuowen's expression was calm and his body did not move. When the roaring aura approached him, a pervasive cold air flashed across Zhuowen's eyes and easily cancelled out the aura emitted by the black-haired young man. Interesting. A warrior who is half a step to the corporeal yang stage can actually cancel out the aura of the cracking tiger racing fist. Moreover, this fellow doesn't seem to be strained at all. The aura dissipated. A trace of surprise flashed across the black-haired young man's eyes as he spoke with a smile. A warrior who is half a step to the corporeal yang stage can actually cancel out the aura of your fist. Interesting. Looking at the position that kid is standing, he should be one of the contestants sent by the city governor's mansion. It seems that the city governor's mansion is getting worse year by year. They actually sent a kid who is half a step to the corporeal yang stage to participate in the slot competition. The white-haired old man, Hu Xiao, also noticed the small friction between Hu Wuying and Zhuowen. He stroked his white beard and said with a faint smile. The black-haired young man, Hu Wuying, nodded slightly. He immediately focused his gaze on Gu Xian, who was standing in front of Zhuowen. He calmly said, "It seems that the strong opponent this time should be Gu Xian. Judging from her aura, she should have reached the corporeal yang stage 9. Following the arrival of the human sect, other forces in Vine Armor City also arrived. However, these forces' foundations were obviously much weaker than the human sects. None of the leaders were above the corporeal yang stage, and the strength of the juniors they brought was uneven. Zhuowen even saw a few contestants who were only at the Yin Void stage. It was obvious that these forces were only here to make up the scene. At the same time, they also wanted to see the slot competition. With the arrival of many forces, the entire open space became more and more lively. There were also many people sitting on the high platforms around the arena. Just as the liveliness reached its peak, another violent sound of breaking wind rang out from afar. Soon after, 3 figures appeared proudly on the high platform. However, the moment these 3 figures appeared, the scene suddenly fell into a brief silence. Even Guyu Tian, who was standing in front of Zhuowen, was silent. His gaze was fixed on the 5 figures that had just appeared. The attentive Zhuowen even noticed that when these 5 figures appeared, Guyu Tian's body suddenly trembled, as if his body had been pushed by someone. Zhuowen was a little puzzled by Guyu Tian's abnormal behavior. Hence, he focused his gaze on the 3 figures that had just appeared on the high platform. The leader of the 3 figures was a middle-aged man in a long black robe. His eyes were cold and gloomy. A cold aura, like that of winter in the 12th lunar month, spread out from the middle-aged man's body. The moment this aura spread out, the entire arena fell into a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Feeling the gloomy and cold aura from the middle-aged man, Zhuowen's pupils involuntarily shrank. He could feel that the aura from the middle-aged man's body was even stronger than Hu Xiao from the Tiger Ben sect. It was obvious that the middle-aged man in front of him was a perfect human king stage expert. He only needed a moment of enlightenment to reach the Earth King stage, which was the realm that the #1 expert in Rattan Armor City, Gu Yu Tian, was currently at. The sect leader of the Sifting sect, Ing Xuelu. Gu Yu Tian's gloomy voice slowly spread out around the arena. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man in the black robe who had just appeared. So it's Gu Yu Tian. Every time there is a slot battle, you come so early. However, I'm afraid that you will return disappointed again. Ing Xuelua's gloomy and cold eyes stared at Gu Yu Tian as his cold laughter rang out. Ing Xuelua, don't you think it's too early to be happy? Don't let your joy turn to sorrow. Gu Yu Tian smiled faintly, but his gaze became increasingly unfriendly. Chapter 163. The battle for the quota. Gu Yu seemed to have noticed the confusion on Zhuowen's face and patiently explained, these 3 people belong to the Sifting sect. Although the Sifting sect is not located in the main city of Rattan Armor City, its strength is almost the same as the City Lord Mansion. If not for the fact that the Sifting sect master Ing Xuelua's cultivation is slightly weaker than father's, the Sifting sect could even surpass the City Lord Mansion. Moreover, in the previous battle for the quota, the City Lord Mansion and the Sifting sect suffered a loss. As a result, the City Lord Mansion did not occupy a single quota, while the Sifting sect occupied 2. Also, you have to be careful. The Sifting sect has always been at odds with the City Lord Mansion. In the competition later, it is very likely that they will target the people from the City Lord Mansion. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect the Sifting sect, which had just appeared, to have such a strong background. Its strength was actually not much different from the City Lord Mansion. Moreover, in the previous battle for the quota, the City Lord Mansion had suffered a loss at the hands of the Sifting sect. While frowning, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly and gathered on the 2 people behind Ing Xuelu. He knew that these 2 people should be the disciples sent by the Sifting sect this time. The 2 of them were a man and a woman. However, what made Zhuowen feel a little strange was that the man's fingers were pinched together like an orchid and his cheeks were smeared with crimson rouge. As his gaze swept across, he actually revealed the posture of a little girl. If this posture was revealed on a young girl, perhaps it would be a pleasing scene. However, the person in front of him was a genuine man. This caused Zhuowen's heart to be filled with strange emotions. The woman beside the effeminate man was the exact opposite. She was tall and strong, and her thigh-like arms were even more muscular. At this moment, her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and she had an expression of resting with her eyes closed. With Gu Yu's introduction, Zhuowen also learned the names of these 2 somewhat strange combinations. The effeminate man was called Ing Qianghua, and the woman was called Ing Hualan. Both of them were the biological children of Ing Xuelua and were geniuses that Ing Xuelua had cultivated from a young age. Although the combination of these 2 was a little strange, the aura they revealed made Zhuowen's heart. This was because their cultivation was not the slightest bit inferior to Gu Xian's, which meant that they were both 9th stage corporeal yang. It seemed that the Sifting sect's strength was not inferior to the City Lord Mansion's. It was not for nothing, they were able to cultivate 2 9th stage corporeal yang cultivators at the same time. And Xuelua Gu's Dong Dong. Not long after the Sifting sect's arrival, a few more forces landed on the high platform. However, the remaining forces were clearly much weaker than the City Lord's Mansion, the Huban sect, and the Sifting sect. Zhuowen knew that the 3 spots for this competition would be decided by these 3 forces. When all the factions had arrived, Gu Yuetian also stood up from the high platform. As the #1 practitioner in Rattan Armor City, and also the City Lord of Rattan Armor City, he was naturally the one in charge of the competition for the quotas. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a silver bell-like laughter resounded across the entire empty ground. City Lord Gu, why don't you let me preside over this competition? This bird-like laughter immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the open space. Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on the girl in a green dress at the top of the high platform. Princess, this doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules. After all, this is Rat-Tan Armor City. Before Gu Yutian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the 9th Commandery Princess. The 9th Commandery Princess put her hands on her hips and curled her cherry lip. Are you looking down on me? Seeing the 9th Commandery Princess's attitude, Gu Yutian could only helplessly nod his head and say, since the 9th Commandery Princess wants to preside over this competition, I naturally have no objections. Seeing that Gu Yutian had agreed, the 9th Commandery Princess's lips curled into a charming smile. However, many forces in the open space began to discuss spiritedly. Among them, the leader of the Huban sect, Hu Xiao, and the leader of the Yin Sifting sect, Ying Xueluo, were not looking at the girl in the green dress. Instead, they were looking at the white-haired Lingju behind her. They could feel that the Lingju was emitting an inexplicably powerful aura. That aura was even more powerful than Gu Yutian's. Coupled with the way Gu Yutian addressed the girl, they knew that these people must be the forces from the prefecture capital that had caused a stir in the past few days. Although the Huban sect and the Yin Sifting sect had some guesses about the forces behind the 9th Commandery Princess and thus did not dare to act rashly, the other forces were obviously not as far-sighted as the two forces. Soon, one of the forces stood up. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the 9th Commandery Princess with disdain. He sneered and said, "Where did this little girl come from? Do you think we must let you preside over the competition just because you said so? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Perhaps it would be more practical for you to warm my bed." At this point, the middle-aged man stared at the 9th Commandery Princess with a hint of lust in his eyes. Obviously, he was thinking of something bad. However, after the middle-aged man finished his words, he felt that something was wrong. The originally dense crowd had unknowingly moved away from him, as if they were avoiding the plague. Zhuowen looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away with pity. This middle-aged man was obviously not well informed. He did not even know the identity of the 9th Commandery Princess. Moreover, this man was not very smart. Just now, Gu Yutian had called the 9th Commandery Princess. How could he not know that the 9th Commandery Princess was not an ordinary person? It seemed that the idiom, pig-like teammate, referred to this kind of person. On the high platform, the smile on the 9th Commandery Princess's face became brighter like a blooming rose. Her watery eyes stared at the middle-aged man who still did not know what was going on. She smiled faintly and said, "It has been a long time since someone said such rude words to me. Now that I think about it, it is a bit strange. Princess, how should we deal with this man?" Lingju, who was behind her, stood up slowly. She stared at the middle-aged man emotionlessly as if she was looking at a dead man. Break his limbs, throw him into a pigsty and keep him there for 49 days. Then, kill him. The 9th Commandery Princess still had a bright smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Lingju nodded slightly and raised her right hand slightly. 4 spiral-like Yuanli cyclones shot towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not even know what was going on. He could only watch as the 4 cyclones ruthlessly shot towards his 4 limbs like merciless blades. He only felt an intense pain coming from his 4 limbs. Soon after, he involuntarily fell backward. His protruding eye sockets could clearly see that his limbs had been separated from his body. A miserable shriek slowly spread throughout the empty space. Many people who heard it felt a sense of horror in their hearts. The middle-aged man, whose limbs had been cut off, was already half a step away from the Zhao King realm. However, Lingju, who was on the high platform, only moved her fingers and easily broke his limbs. At the same time, 2 soldiers carried the middle-aged man away according to the 9th Commandery Princess's instructions. They must have sent him to the pigsty nearby. On the high platform, Zhuowen could not help but feel a chill in his heart as he looked at the girl who had ordered to break the man's limbs without even blinking her eyes. Although the young lady in front of him was about the same age as him, the coldness and scheming that she displayed caused Zhuowen to feel a chill in his heart. It seemed that none of the children of marquises were simple. The 9th Commandery Princess seemed to have noticed Zhuowen's gaze. She tilted her head and stared at Zhuowen with her watery eyes. Her snow-white face revealed a playful smile, as if the order to break the man's limbs had nothing to do with her. After the shock just now, the atmosphere in the open space suddenly became strange. Many people stared at the girl on the high platform and the Lingzhu behind her with fear. Now, who still has a problem with me being the host of this competition? If there is, just say it. I will accept it with an open mind. The 9th Commandery Princess smiled brightly again and said with a playful wink. However, the Lingzhu behind her suddenly straightened her body. An extremely heavy aura suddenly burst out from her body. Like a mountain, it heavily pressed down on the open space. Many people could not help but kneel down under this pressure. Their breathing became extremely rapid. The strength of the peak of the Heavenly King stage? Hu Shao, the leader of the Tiger Ben sect, and Ying Xueluo, the leader of the Yin Sifting sect, felt the powerful aura from the Lingzhu and their pupils shrank. Although they had some guesses about the Lingzhu on the high platform, they did not expect that the Lingzhu's cultivation had reached the peak of the Heavenly King stage. This kind of strength was not only in Tingjia City, but even in the commandery capital. She was not weak. Looking at the silent crowd, the 9th Commandery Princess nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since no one has any objections, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Since I am the host of this competition, then the competition will be carried out according to my rules. Therefore, in the first round of the competition, there is no need to fight one-on-one. It is better to have a great battle royale. Of course, this kind of battle royale is a competition between the forces of each force as a whole. Only the 3 forces who survive in the end are qualified to fight for the final 3 places." Speaking of this, the 9th Commandery Princess nodded to the Lingzhu behind her. Immediately, the Lingzhu stepped lightly on the ground. Her whole body was like a vigorous eagle as she flew toward the arena in the open space. The moment she flew, a powerful Yuan power burst out from her body. 8 huge Yuan power palms suddenly condensed from her back. The 8 Yuan power palms swept in all directions and grabbed the 8 bluestone arenas in the open space. Then, with a fierce tug, the 8 arenas suddenly gathered together in midair under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Boom! Chapter 164. The fight begins. As they stared at the sky above the arena, Lingzhu, who had created the arena with ease, a trace of astonishment appeared in everyone's eyes. Each of the 8 large bluestone arenas in the open space weighed tens of millions of jin. Even an expert like Gu Yu Tian would find it difficult to lift them up so casually. However, Lingzhu was actually able to do it so casually. Furthermore, the 8 large bluestone arenas were built together. This made many people sigh in their hearts. Lingzhu was indeed a peak Heavenly King stage expert. After the giant arena was built, Lingzhu returned to the 9th Commandery Princess side and stood there quietly. Zhuowen stared at the center of the open space, at the huge arena that was built from 8 limestone arenas. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "A chaotic battle? What a unique method!" Gu Xian, Gu Yu, and Zhuowen, since the first round of the selection is a battle royale, then you must work together and seize the top 3 spots. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be difficult for our City Lord's mansion to take the top 3 spots. But you still have to be careful. Gu Yu Tian turned around and looked at Gu Xian, Gu Yu, and Zhuowen behind him. His face was filled with caution. The 3 of them looked at each other, then nodded at the same time. They knew that they were representing the City Lord's mansion in this battle royale, so they naturally wouldn't be careless. Seeing the three nodding their heads, Gu Yu Tian looked satisfied. At the same time, the voice of the ninth commandery princess, who was sitting at the top of the stage, rang out. It seems that everyone has understood the rules. If that's the case, then... Speaking up to this point, the ninth commandery princess extended her jade-like hand that was as white as a lotus root. Under everyone's gaze, she lightly waved her hand and said, "Then, the first round of the Battle of the Places will begin now." Boom! As the ninth commandery princess's palm fell, the originally quiet open space was suddenly filled with a loud bang. Countless primordial forces of different colors suddenly burst out in a dazzling manner. Along with the explosion of the primordial chi, numerous figures in the open space flashed and rushed towards the huge arena. In an instant, Yuan power burst forth on the entire arena as force swirled. Not long later, a couple of miserable cries sounded out. Immediately, a couple of miserable-looking human figures suddenly flew out of the arena in front of everyone's eyes. However, with the exception of a small number of cultivators who had erupted into battle as soon as they entered the arena, most of the cultivators quickly retreated to the edge of the arena. They did not want to foolishly stay in the center of the arena and become a live target for everyone. There were quite a number of forces participating in the competition for the quota this time around. Just the number of contestants alone numbered in the hundreds. Hundreds of young warriors gathered on the arena one after another. It was quite a spectacular sight for a moment. Outside the arena, many people looked at the impending battle on the arena and could not help but become excited. Waves of excited screams resounded through the sky. Haha, Commandery Princess's idea is not bad. It's rare to see such a chaotic battle. The young man in blue, Su Chong, waved his folding fan and elegantly came to the ninth Commandery Princess's side. He smiled faintly. The ninth Commandery Princess glanced at Su Chong, who was beside her. Then, she retracted her gaze. Her watery eyes were fixed on the arena, where there was an inconspicuous, thin figure. The reason why she changed the first round of the competition into a chaotic battle was that she wanted to see what kind of ability Zhuowen, who dared to reject her, had. In such a chaotic situation, it was easy to see a warrior's temperament and willpower. I'd like to see how a philosophical fellow like you will perform. You'd better not be a guy with a silver spear or a wax head. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. The ninth Commandery Princess stared at the thin figure and murmured in her heart. Seeing that the ninth Commandery Princess had completely ignored him, Su Chang's hand, which was waving his folding fan, froze for a moment. However, his elegant smile quickly returned to his face. Following the ninth Commandery Princess's gaze, he also fixed his eyes on the inconspicuous young man at the corner of the arena. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself, it seems that the ninth Commandery Princess is quite interested in the new toy in front of her. However, if this new toy gets in the way of me and the ninth Commandery Princess, I will have to make it disappear in advance. At this moment, there were people fighting in the arena from time to time. However, many people were obviously afraid that others would attack them behind their back. Therefore, even if they fought, they did not dare to stay for long. At the edge of the arena, Gu Xian, Gu Yu, and Zhuowen were all standing there. As soon as the three of them entered the arena, they released their armors and covered their bodies. Gu Xian and Gu Yu were both warriors of the Yang realm. Therefore, they released their real armors. The fiery red armors covered their bodies with patterns. Bursts of blazing flames gradually appeared around their bodies. All of a sudden, the temperature within a radius of 5 miles rose sharply. However, what attracted many people's attention was the young man beside Gu Xian and Gu Yu. The young man naturally released his own armor. However, contrary to Gu Xian and Gu Yu, the young man's armor was only a void armor. The cold air it released was quite conspicuous in the entire arena. This was because the moment they entered the arena, the warriors of the Yin Void realm had already been eliminated by other warriors. Now, the remaining warriors in the arena were all above the Yang realm. It could be said that Zhuowen was the only warrior of the Yin Void realm in the arena. For a moment, Zhuowen became the focus of everyone's attention. Not only did the other contestants in the arena look at Zhuowen, who was standing beside Gu Yu and Gu Xian, but even the other forces outside the arena paid attention to this rather unusual young man. Some of the forces that were originally the main city of Rattan Armor City were not surprised. After all, Zhuowen had caused a huge commotion a few days ago. These forces already knew how terrifying this half-step corporeal Yang realm warrior's true strength was. However, the remaining forces that did not belong to the main city of Rattan Armor City were even more confused. From where Zhuowen stood, this ordinary-looking young man was obviously on the side of the city governor's mansion. However, with the city governor's mansion's background, why would they send out a brat of the Yin Void realm? It seems that the city governor's mansion is declining more and more. Last time, they were defeated and returned. This time, they even sent out such a weak brat. Are they trying to make up the numbers? A somewhat sharp and gloomy voice came from not far away from the arena. The voice contained a strong sense of sarcasm. Gu Xian and the other two turned their heads and saw a man and a woman standing on the other side of the arena. The man was like a sissy, with his fingers curled up like an orchid and his cheeks smeared with thick rouge. The woman, on the other hand, was tall and powerful, with her arms as thick as her thighs. This man and woman were the disciples sent by the Yin Sifting sect to participate in the competition. The man's name was Ying Qianghua and the woman's name was Ying Hualan. Both of them exuded an extremely powerful aura, causing many of the surrounding contestants to reveal dignified and fearful expressions. They did not dare to get close to the two of them. The person who spoke just now was the sissy Ying Qianghua. At this moment, his face was filled with a mocking smile. Gu Xian stared fearfully at Ying Qianghua and Ying Hualan, who were not far away. His face was full of indifference as he said coldly, "Whether the city lord's mansion is in decline or not, it's not up to you to decide. Your Yin Sifting sect thought that just because you defeated the city governor's mansion last time, you still have a chance to defeat us this time. Today, I will tell you that your Yin Sifting sect can only return with a crushing defeat in this competition." Oh, as expected of Gu Yu Tian's son. Even your words are so domineering. My little heart is beating so fast. I'm so scared. Ying Qianghua pretended to reveal a delicate expression. His right hand, which was pinching his orchid fingers, patted his chest rhythmically, as if he had just been raped. Looking at Ying Qianghua's pretentious act, the corners of Zhuowen's eyes violently twitched. The sissy in front of him really made Zhuowen want to vomit. At this moment, he had the urge to go up and give Ying Qianghua a violent beating. However, Ying Qianghua's words soon came to an abrupt halt. A thick and strong arm suddenly lifted him up. Soon after, a tall figure appeared in front of Gu Xian. Looking at Ying Hualan, who was a head taller than her, Gu Xian fearlessly looked back at her and indifferently said, "Do you want to start a war now?" It's unwise to start a war with the city lord mansion now. After all, this is only the first round of the competition. Moreover, there are 3 spots for the next round. There's no need for us to fight to the death in the first round. Therefore, let's end this dispute here. Ying Qianghua's tone was very unyielding. Moreover, his voice was not as clear as a woman's. Instead, it was filled with the coarseness and gloominess of a burly man. Hearing this burly man-like voice, even Zhuowen seriously doubted whether the person in front of him was really a woman. Why was it that no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any part of this guy that resembled a woman? Let's get rid of these small fries first. As for the grudge between our Yin Sifting sect and the City Lord Mansion, we will naturally settle it in the next round. Ying Hualan shot an indifferent glance at Gu Xian. Then, she carried Ying Qianghua and turned around to leave. She rushed towards the other end of the stage. As for Gu Yu and Zhuo Wen, who were beside Gu Xian, they were completely ignored. Chapter 165. Make a move. 3 particularly powerful auras surged out from the entire arena. 2 of them were emitted by Gu Xian from the City Lord's mansion and Ying Qianghua and Ying Hualan from the Yin Sifting sect. The remaining one was from Hu Ben's eldest disciple, Hu Wuying. 3 powerful auras filled the entire arena. They occupied 3 different corners of the arena and used the areas they occupied to expel the contestants from the other forces. Amidst the shouts of countless people outside the arena, figures continuously flew out of the arena before finally landing heavily on the ground. The strength of a 9th-grade corporeal yang expert could be said to be at the peak of strength in this arena. Therefore, the 3 factions that occupied the 3 sides had a crushing advantage in the arena. Many weak contestants were kicked out of the arena by the contestants from the 3 factions. During this process, Zhuo Wen kept a low profile. Gu Xian obviously wanted to show off her strength in front of him, so almost all the enemies in the area they were in were driven away by Gu Xian. Occasionally, Gu Yu could help a little. Only Zhuo Wen could not do anything at all. A disappointed and arrogant expression flashed across Gu Xian's eyes when he sensed the somewhat idle young man behind him. Although he had heard that the young man in front of him had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Wang and Chun clans a couple of days ago. When Gu Xian heard the rumor that Zhuo Wen had killed a human king, he turned pale with fright. Originally, he thought that Zhuo Wen's cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, at least at the human king realm. However, when he saw that the young man was only a half step to the corporeal yang stage, the anticipation in his heart disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. Now, when he saw that the young man was unable to help in the slightest, the disappointment in his heart turned into disdain. It seems that rumors can't be trusted. I heard that the Zhuo family has a medium-level spiritual treasure, and Zhuo Xiangding has reached the human king realm. The destruction of the Wang and Qin families should be the work of Zhuo Xiangding alone. As for the rumors about Zhuo Wen, it's very likely that the Zhuo family is trying to promote him. Thinking up to this point, Gu Xian glanced at the leisurely young man behind her and shook her head helplessly. But if this boy really doesn't have the strength, what's the use of creating momentum? In the end, it might even backfire. A sliver of doubt surfaced in Gu Yu's beautiful eyes at this moment. Even she had many doubts about the strength that Zhuo Wen had displayed at this moment, as well as an indescribably complicated expression. Zhuo Wen, who was behind them, naturally saw the expressions on Gu Xian and Gu Yu's faces. Zhuo Wen didn't comment on the doubts on their faces. In his opinion, even if he didn't participate in the first round of the Battle Royale, with the strength of Gu Yu and Gu Xian, they could easily finish it off. However, he didn't expect that in the eyes of Gu Xian and Gu Yu, his actions would be seen as cowardice and a sign of weakness. Zhuo Wen didn't bother to explain. After all, the cultivation that he had displayed was really low. It was only a half step to the corporeal yang stage. It was no wonder that Gu Xian and Gu Yu had doubts about him. After a while, most of the cultivators in the area that Gu Xian was in charge of had been expelled from the arena. The remaining 4 cultivators nervously stood at the edge of the arena. These 4 cultivators were the strongest team in this area besides Gu Xian and the other 2. It was said that they were disciples of a sect called the Sky Howl sect. Among the 4 cultivators, the leader had reached the 7th stage of the corporeal yang stage, while another was at the 5th stage of the corporeal yang stage. The remaining 2 were similar to Gu Yu and were at the 3rd stage of the corporeal yang stage. The situation is very clear. If the Sky Howl sect voluntarily withdrew, the City Lord's mansion wouldn't do anything. I think that withdrawing now is a very wise choice. Gu Xian said indifferently with her hands behind her back as she stared indifferently at the 4 cultivators of the Sky Howl sect. That's not necessarily true. Only you, Gu Xian, are slightly stronger in the City Lord's mansion. As for the other 2, I don't dare to compliment them. Hee, as long as we delay you and quickly get rid of the two burdens behind you, then the four of us will join forces. Even if you are a 9th stage corporeal yang stage cultivator, you may not be a match for the four of us. The leader of the Sky Howl sect was a pale-faced youth. At this moment, his gaze swept past Gu Xian and glanced at Gu Yu and Zhuowen behind her as he chuckled coldly. Gu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as she sneered. It seems that you guys don't have enough awareness. I can clearly tell you that even if the four of you join forces, I can still defeat you. So I advise you to stop wasting your time. It's not up to you to decide whether it's useless or not. Second brother, you and I will delay Gu Xian. Third brother, fourth brother, the two of you quickly get rid of the two troublesome fellows. The leading young man did not waste any more words with Gu Xian. After calling out to the somewhat quiet young man beside him, the two of them suddenly stomped their feet and shot towards Gu Xian like arrows that had been released from a bow. The moment they rushed over, the two of them released their most proficient armor skills and fiercely attacked Gu Xian. At the same time, the moment the two leading youth made their move, the remaining two cultivators also bypassed Gu Xian and rushed towards Gu Yu and Zhuowen. Looking at the two people who wanted to bypass her, Gu Xian snorted coldly and was about to stop them. How dare you bypass me when I'm here? You're courting death. However, the moment she made her move, the leading youth of the Sky Howl sect and the other cultivator, who was already at the 5th stage of the corporeal yang realm, instantly arrived in front of Gu Xian. What followed was an extremely powerful attack. Facing the attacks of the two, Gu Xian had no choice but to block. Taking advantage of the moment when Gu Xian blocked the attack, the other two cultivators had already bypassed Gu Xian like leopards and rushed towards Gu Yu and Zhuowen. Looking at the two people getting closer and closer, Gu Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Zhuowen, with your current strength, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to be a match for either one of them, so I'll be responsible for these two. You must not be eliminated by these two people, otherwise your qualification to compete for the quota will be revoked." After Gu Yu finished speaking, she took the initiative to stand in front of Zhuowen. Her slender jade-like hands immediately intertwined and formed a series of hand seals. At the same time, surging yuan power violently poured out, finally forming a huge golden bell in front of her. Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be startled. He originally thought that his terrible performance would leave a bad impression in Gu Yu's heart and she would not care about him. However, the current situation greatly exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Gu Yu actually stepped forward to block 2/3 stage of the corporeal yang realm cultivators for him. It should be known that Gu Yu was only at the 3rd stage of the corporeal yang realm. Against 1/3 stage of the corporeal yang realm cultivator, it would at most be a draw. If it was 1 against 2, the final result would be no surprise. Boom! The yuan power was just like a hurricane as it violently swept across the arena. The attacks of the two individuals that were rushing over ultimately collided violently against the golden bell. A muffled thunder-like sound also spread out. Gotcha! Not long later, a clear sound slowly sounded. Immediately, threads of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the enormous golden bell under the powerful attacks of the two of them. The cracks spread over the entire bell in a densely packed manner. Puff! Gu Yu spat out a mouthful of cherry-red blood and flew out like a withered flower. Just as she was about to fall out of the arena, a black figure appeared in front of her like a ghost. Then, a powerful arm grabbed Gu Yu's slender waist. With a slight tug, the arm brought Gu Yu back to the stage. Little Yu, on the other side of the arena, Gu Xian, who was fighting with the two young leaders of the Sky Howl sect, also noticed the situation on Gu Yu's side. When he saw that Gu Yu was actually injured, anger immediately rose in his heart. "Damn it! You actually dare to hurt my sister. You guys are really bold." As the anger in his heart grew, Gu Xian's attacks became even more vicious. In just a few moves, the young leaders were beaten until they spat out blood. However, although the two young leaders were no match for Gu Xian, the two of them were like sticky candy. Even if they were injured by Gu Xian, they were still fearlessly entangled with Gu Xian, not allowing him to leave. For a moment, even Gu Xian couldn't get away. Seeing the other two participants of the Sky Howl sect getting closer and closer to Gu Yu, his heart was filled with helplessness and anxiety. However, when he saw Zhuowen catch Gu Yu, the worry in his heart faded a little. But soon, his heart clenched again. He had some doubts about whether a warrior who was only a half-step into the corporeal Yang realm could withstand the attacks of two-thirds stage corporeal Yang realm warriors. No. I still have to rely on myself for this match. I have to end this quickly. Although Gu Xian was very anxious, his mind was very clear. He knew that as long as he could get away, Gu Yu and Zhuowen would naturally be safe with his help. Gu Xian, your two burdens can only be eliminated. You don't have to worry. When the four of us join forces, your fate will be the same as those two burdens. You will also be eliminated. The young leader also saw the situation on the other side and immediately revealed a smug smile. When he thought that their small Sky Howl sect could actually eliminate the participants of the City Lord's mansion, his heart was filled with a strange sense of satisfaction. Bang bang! However, the smile of the young leader did not last for long. Two muffled sounds of bodies falling to the ground rang out. Soon after, two figures fell at his feet like dead dogs. When he lowered his head to take a look, the corner of the leading young man's eyes immediately twitched. This was because the two figures that had fallen at his feet were none other than his third brother and fourth brother. What's going on? A sliver of shock slowly rose on his face. Tilting his head to look, he saw a tall and straight figure quietly standing nearby. At the same time, a mental energy that was like a vast ocean instantly spread across the entire stage. Chapter 166. Gambling fight. An invisible spiritual power surged out of the youth's skinny body like stormy waves, spreading across the entire arena. The moment this mental energy surged out, the entire arena instantly became silent. Soon after, numerous gazes gathered towards the source of the mental energy. When these gazes discovered the source of the powerful mental energy, what caused these gazes to be startled was that the source was actually a rather unremarkable figure of a young man. However, when these gazes shifted upwards and saw the young man's face, the shock on their faces turned into shock. This was because the young man was the only person on the stage whose cultivation was only half a step into the corporeal Yang stage. Zhuowen, Ing Qianghua and his sister, who were silently standing on the other side of the stage, also turned their heads due to this mental energy. Looking at the straight figure, the effeminate Ing Qianghua pursed his lips and said in surprise, "So this unremarkable little brat is actually a rank 2 Arcana Master. How unexpected! Indeed, it seems like we were wrong. No wonder the City Lord's mansion sent a half-step corporeal Yang little brat to participate. It turns out that this little brat is actually a rank 2 Arcana Master." The tall and sturdy elder sister, Ing Hualan, narrowed her eyes and spoke in a low voice. Hu Wuying also glanced at Zhuowen in surprise. When he discovered that the source of the mental strength was Zhuowen, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "No wonder he was able to break my fist so easily. It turns out that this guy is a grade 2 arcanist." On the high platform, the 9th Commandery Princess frowned and stared at the young man in the arena. She said to herself seriously, "It seems that what Song Mu said is true. This guy's mental strength has really reached the 2nd level. Lingjiu, do you think it's possible for this guy to get a spot this time? This kid's spiritual power is around the profound level 2 realm. There's still a long way to go before he reaches the perfect level. Judging from his spiritual power, his strength should be around the corporeal Yang realm of level 7. It will be difficult for him to get a spot with this strength. However, this old man can see that this kid is not simple. He should have some extraordinary trump cards on him, so the result is somewhat unpredictable. Lingju lowered his head and pondered for a moment before replying respectfully. Looks like you have a pretty high opinion of this kid. Hee, that's exactly what I wanted. If this guy only had this much ability, wouldn't he be too bored? After all, I haven't even used my third brother's purple gold door yet. The ninth commandery princess said with a bright smile. Hearing the ninth commandery princess's words, Lingju's eyes showed a trace of pity. He knew that every time the ninth commandery princess showed a bright smile, someone would be unlucky. Now, it was obvious that the young man named Zhuowen was going to be unlucky. On the other side of the high platform, Ying Xueluo, who was sitting leisurely, also looked at the young man in the arena with some surprise. At the same time, he noticed the smile on Gu Yutian's face and frowned slightly. I didn't expect the governor's mansion to have another arcana master. Moreover, this kid has reached the second level at such a young age. His talent is really terrifying. Even so, don't even think about stopping the Yin Sifting sect from getting all the spots in this competition. Since the Yin Sifting sect could make the governor's mansion lose a single spot last time, we can do it again this time. Speaking of this, Ying Xueluo's mouth showed a trace of coldness. He could also see that Zhuowen's mental strength was only at the advanced level and had not reached the perfect level, so he was not afraid. Moreover, even if Zhuowen's mental strength had reached the perfect level, he was not afraid. After all, he still had a backup plan. In the arena, after Zhuowen defeated 2 of the contestants from the Sky Howling sect, the remaining 2 contestants lost their fighting spirit. They also knew that the Sky Howling sect had no hope in this competition, so they were defeated by Gu Xin in just a few rounds. After Gu Xin defeated the last contestant, the progress in the other 2 areas was basically about the same. Now, there were exactly 3 contestants left in the arena. These 3 were naturally the governor's mansion, the Yin Sifting sect, and the Tiger Bend sect. After defeating the last contestant from the Sky Howling sect, Gu Xin hurried to Gu Yu's side. After finding that Gu Yu was fine, his face showed a trace of relief. Turning his head, Gu Xin looked at Zhuowen seriously. Then, under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, he lowered his head and cupped his hands. Zhuowen, I have to thank you for this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that little you would have suffered more than just an injury. Zhuowen waved his hand and looked at Gu Xin again. In his impression, Gu Xin was an extremely arrogant person. He rarely lowered his head to others, but now he lowered his head to him for Gu Yu. It seemed that Gu Xin doted on his sister very much. The first round of the Battle Royale naturally ended after the 3 major powers were decided. At this time, whether it was the contestants in the arena or the audience below the stage, they all looked at the ninth commandery princess who was at the top of the high platform. They really wanted to know how the ninth commandery princess would arrange the following battles. Under the gazes of so many people, the ninth commandery princess was not afraid at all. Her beautiful face had a trace of a smile as she opened her mouth again. The first round was really boring. There was no excitement at all. At this point, many people below the stage were speechless as they looked at the young girl on the stage. The rules of the battle were set by her, but now she was complaining about the contestants. Fortunately, the 3 major powers have been decided. The second round will decide who the contestants will belong to. How about this? Isn't there a total of 3 contestants in Rattan Armor City? Then these 3 contestants will be divided equally among the 3 powers. However, if the 3 powers want more contestants, then they will have to propose a battle. If one of them wins, then he will get the contestant. At this point, the ninth commandery princess nodded her head and the smile on her face became even brighter. After the ninth commandery princess's words, Gu Yutian and Ying Xueluo on the high platform stared at each other. Their eyes met at the same time, and a somewhat strange atmosphere slowly spread out as their eyes met. Looking at the two people who were facing each other, many people knew that the ninth commandery princess was trying to provoke the conflict between the Een-sifting sect and the city governor's mansion. After all, they all knew that there were many conflicts between the two powers. Now that the rules of the battle were set in the form of a battle royale, the two powers would probably be unscrupulous. I wonder, what do you think of my idea? Even the sovereign lord saw the sparks in the eyes of Gu Yu Tian and Ing Xueluo, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Of course, I have no objection, Gu Yu Tian said lightly. My pleasure. Ing Xueluo grinned coldly and said. However, at this moment, the leader of the Huban sect, Hu Shao, suddenly stood up and clasped his hands at the ninth commandery princess. He said respectfully, Honorable commandery princess, I wonder if we can abstain from the battle. We only need one contestant. The ninth commandery princess was stunned. She pondered for a moment and replied, If the other two powers agree, then you can abstain. However, if the other two powers disagree, even if the Huban sect voluntarily abstains, it will not be allowed. Hearing this, Hu Shao nodded respectfully again. Then, he clasped his hands at Gu Yu Tian and Ing Xueluo and said, Brother Gu, Brother Ing, we, the Huban sect, do not want to participate in the battle between the two powers. I wonder if you can give me some face? Gu Yu Tian laughed heartily and said, Since Brother Hu has said so, I have to give you some face. Ing Xueluo hesitated for a moment and finally clasped his hands at Hu Shao and said, Of course we have to give you some face. After receiving Gu Yuetian and Ing Xueluo's reply, Hu Shao heaved a sigh of relief. He thanked them gratefully and left the arena with Hu Wuying and the other two, returning to the high platform. Originally, Hu Shao would be satisfied if the Huban sect could obtain one of the contestants. After all, the foundation of the Huban sect was weaker than that of the governor's mansion and the Een-sifting sect. They could only cultivate Hu Wuying, who was at the 9th level of the corporeal Yang realm. Even if there were two contestants in front of them, it would only be a waste. Before the second round of the competition began, there was a 2-hour break. This was to allow the contestants who had consumed a lot of energy in the first round to have enough time to recover. Back on the high platform, Gu Xian, Gu Yu, and Zhuowen sat down and began to recuperate. They hoped to recover the yuan qi they had consumed as soon as possible. However, Zhuowen was just putting on an act. After all, he did not make any moves in the first round. He only used his mental power to defeat the two Sky Howl sect disciples at the end. He did not consume any energy at all. Gu Yu Tian glanced at the pale Gu Yu and said with a sigh, You is already injured, so you don't have to participate in the second round. The second round can only rely on the two of you. Gu Yu also knew that her current state was indeed a little weak. Even if her strength was not damaged, she could not be a match for Ing Qianghua and Ing Hualan of the Een-sifting sect. After all, the two of them were at the 9th level of the corporeal Yang realm. Gu Xian, Zhuowen, I hope all of you can do your best in the upcoming battle. Ever since the Een-sifting sect defeated our city lord estate in the previous battle, they have become increasingly arrogant. If our city lord estate loses again, I'm afraid the Een-sifting sect won't even respect our city lord estate. Therefore, we must win this battle. Therefore, we must win this round, Gu Yu Tian said solemnly as he looked at the two people in front of him. Gu Xian nodded slightly. Her eyes were full of seriousness. As a member of the City Lord's mansion, she would naturally spare no effort to win the competition. As for Zhuowen, he nodded lazily. He did not care about the City Lord's mansion's honor. He only cared about the ownership of the quota. This battle was inevitable. After all, the City Lord's mansion only had one quota. He could also feel the importance Gu Yu Tian placed on Gu Xian. Chapter 167. Ing Qianghua, whose strength had soared. Dong. A bell rang from afar. The 9th commandery princess, who was sitting at the top of the platform, stood up. Her clear voice was heard as well. Since the Huban sect has forfeited, only the City Lord's Manor and the Sifting sect remain. Let the second round begin. Let me make this clear first. The condition for winning the second round is to defeat all of the opponent. Defeating just one person won't count. Whoosh! A strong figure came to the center of the arena instantly, revealing a cold face and silver hair. It was Lingzhu, who had been standing behind the 9th Commandery Princess. The second round of the bet will be decided by this old man. If both parties have no objections, let's begin. Lingzhu waved his right hand gently as he spoke in an indifferent manner. I'll go first. She had heard from her father that Brother Zhuo really needed this slot. In order to thank you for saving my sister just now, I will fight for this spot for you, and you may not need to do anything. On the high platform, Gu Xian slowly stood up and glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away, with a proud look on her face. Since Xian has volunteered, you should go first. Gu Yutian nodded and spoke in a serious tone. Although you are quite strong and have a low-grade spirit treasure, you can't be careless. After all, the two contestants sent by the Sifting sect are not to be trifled with. Gu Xian nodded. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and flew towards the arena like a vigorous bird. At the same time, a figure flew out from the Sifting sect's side. This figure had his fingers pinched together like an orchid, and his cheeks were flushed red. It was the effeminate Qianghua. Father, do you feel that Big Bro will win this time? Beside Gu Yuetian, the rather pale-looking Gu Yu worriedly asked. Even though she was very confident in Gu Xian's strength, the Sifting sect's representative wasn't any weaker than Gu Xian either. Actually, even I am not certain whether Xian can win. Let's just wait and see. Gu Yutian muttered as he cast his gaze towards the arena. When Gu Xian left, Zhuowen's eyes fell on Ying Xueluo, who was not far away. When he saw the faint smile on Ying Xueluo's face, an ominous premonition slowly rose in his heart. Yo! You sent our young master Gu Xian for the first match. I'm really flattered. Ying Qianghua twisted his body and laughed while covering his mouth. I alone am enough. Gu Xian smiled faintly as she said, We don't have to go through so much trouble to deal with your Sifting sect. Gongzi Gu Xian, are you very confident? However, I wonder if you'll still be able to show such an arrogant expression after I beat you to the ground? Ying Qianghua chuckled. Then, with a light bounce of his feet, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already behind Gu Xian. A pair of sharp claws suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Immediately, these sharp claws mercilessly clawed at the back of Gu Xian's head. Gu Xian's head would definitely be cracked if he was caught by these claws. Gu Xian snorted coldly and stomped her foot on the ground. Her entire body seemed to twist and turn to the side, barely dodging Ying Qianghua's sharp claws. Let's end this quickly. I still have to spend some time to defeat your sister. After dodging Ying Qianghua's attack, Gu Xian instantly took out a golden halo from the Qiankuan bag at her waist. Then, with a sudden shift of her feet, she circled behind Ying Qianghua. Her right hand turned into a claw and fiercely grasped Ying Qianghua's calf. Ying Qianghua was shocked and tried to stretch out his leg to break free. However, Gu Xian's claw was like an iron hoop, firmly grasping his calf in her hand. Ying Qianghua, this is the end. The corners of Gu Xian's mouth curled into a sneer. Then, the golden halo in her other hand suddenly emitted a golden light. With a swoosh, she smashed it towards Ying Qianghua's chest. Boom! A blazing golden light slowly rose. Immediately, a figure suddenly flew out. After drawing a scar that was more than 10 meters long on the arena, it coincidentally stopped at the edge of the arena. This figure was Ying Qianghua of the Sifting sect. At this time, Ying Qianghua's body was constantly twitching, and the aura on his body had become very weak. Blood had gathered like a stream under his body. Seeing that Gu Xian had defeated Ing Qianghua of the Yin sifting sect in an instant, there was a burst of cheers from the high platform where the City Lord Mansion's forces were located. Even Gu Yu and Gu Yu Tian showed a hint of joy on their faces. Only Zhuowen frowned slightly. He looked at Ing Xuelua again. Zhuowen saw that Ing Xuelua's expression was still calm. In fact, it was so calm that it was a little scary. He didn't seem to be worried about Ing Qianghua being defeated in an instant. On the arena, Gu Xian glanced at Ing Qianghua, who was curled up in the corner of the arena. Then, she curled her lips and looked in the direction of the Yin sifting sect. She said indifferently, "It seems that the Yin sifting sect is a bunch of paper tigers. Since Ing Qianghua has been defeated by me, Ing Hualan, hurry up and come down." However, Gu Xian soon discovered that something was wrong. Ing Hualan, who was on the high platform, didn't move at all. Instead, she crossed her arms and stared at Gu Xian below with a mocking gaze. "Young Master Gu Xian, it's a little too early to say that it's over." A gloomy voice suddenly came from behind. Gu Xian turned around and saw Ing Qianghua's sinister smile. Her pupils couldn't help but shrink. In an instant, Ing Qianghua's sharp claws viciously clawed at Gu Xian's head once again. "What a tenacious fellow! Then, I'll send you off the stage early." The surprise on Gu Xian's face disappeared in a flash. Then, he raised the diamond bracelet on his right hand and blocked Ing Qianghua's claws. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder suddenly resounded throughout the arena. Then, Gu Xian's eyes suddenly popped out. He felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. Then, a huge force instantly pushed him back. "This fellow's strength is much stronger than before?" Gu Xian groaned and was forced back a dozen steps by this huge force. Then, he raised his head and looked at Ing Qianghua, who was standing quietly not far away, in horror. At this moment, apart from some bloodstains on Ing Qianghua's clothes, his face was extremely rosy. There was no sign of the dispirited look he had when he fell to the ground. Moreover, Gu Xian was surprised that the aura emitted from Ing Qianghua's body seemed to be stronger than before. "It seems that young Master Gu Xian can't end this quickly. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Next, I'll finish you off." Ing Qianghua raised one of his fingers and smiled. Then, his face instantly became much colder. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. Creak! On the high platform, Gu Yu Tian's hand suddenly clenched. He looked at Ing Qianghua in disbelief and said with trembling lips, "This aura is actually at the half-step King Zhao realm. It turns out that this person has been hiding his strength. His true strength has actually reached this level. Then what should we do? Big Brother is only at the 9th stage of the corporeal Yang realm, which is one stage lower than the half-step King Zhao realm. It seems that it will be a bit difficult for him to deal with Ing Qianghua." Gu Yu's face turned pale. She also didn't expect such an unforeseen event. After Ing Qianghua revealed his half-step King Zhao realm aura, the crowd outside the arena boiled over. Many factions looked at Ing Qianghua in disbelief. They didn't expect the Yin sifting sect to be able to nurture such a young expert at the half-step King Zhao realm. The Yin sifting sect really hid their strength well. There's actually a half-step King Zhao realm cultivator in the younger generation. Doesn't that mean that the Yin sifting sect's foundation is even stronger than the City Lord's mansion? It seems that Gu Xian is doomed this time. I'm afraid the City Lord's mansion is going to lose this time. If the City Lord's mansion loses this time, it will have an indelible impact on the City Lord's mansion's reputation and status. As soon as Ing Qianghua revealed his half-step Zhao King realm strength, the entire high platform went into an uproar. Many people didn't expect the Yin sifting sect to send out a half-step Zhao King realm disciple. Somewhere on the high platform, Hu Xiao looked at Ing Qianghua and sighed. "I really didn't expect the Yin sifting sect's foundation to be so deep. It seems that the Yin sifting sect obtained a lot of benefits from the last competition. It's a good thing that our Huban sect forfeited in time. Otherwise, we might not even be able to keep our spot. The City Lord's mansion's chances of winning this time are a little slim. Even Gu Xian might not be a match for a half-step bright King Realm cultivator. Hu Wuying, who was beside Hu Xiao, shook his head and sighed. At this point, his gaze shifted to a young man on another high platform. When he saw the calm expression on the young man's face, he revealed a hint of surprise. Things have already reached such a stage. What is the reason for this fellow to still be so calm? Hu Wuying fell into deep thought as he looked at Zhuo Wen, who was standing not far away, who was as calm as an ancient well. I'll finish you in one move. Young master hit me so hard just now, so I'll naturally return the favor. A cold glint flashed across Ying Qianghua's eyes. Soon after, an endless amount of yuan power suddenly rose from within his body. Soon after, these powerful yuan power, which was just like a stormy sea, suddenly gathered behind him and formed a huge sharp claw that was dozens of feet long. The surface of the sharp claw emitted a dense bloody glow, which made it look rather terrifying. Blood claw. A feminine voice slowly sounded. Immediately, Ying Qianghua's right hand suddenly pressed downwards. The huge blood claw behind him was just like a black cloud as it violently pressed down on Gu Xian. Gu Xian clenched his teeth. He knew that he had no other choice. He didn't expect Ying Qianghua to suddenly erupt with the strength of a half-step King Zhao realm cultivator. However, he didn't have the time to think too much. He swung the Vajra bracelet with his right hand and channeled the elemental energy in his body into the Vajra bracelet. This diamond bracelet was a low-grade spirit treasure that Gu Yutian gave him. Its power was considered quite good among low-grade spirit treasures. Chapter 168. A crushing defeat under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the blood claw and the diamond ring finally collided fiercely in the air. Then, an endless amount of astral wind rose up in the arena. Then, a blazing blood light and golden light mixed and exploded. Many of the onlookers subconsciously closed their eyes. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. In the air, the surface of the dazzling diamond ring actually showed traces of crack. Moreover, as the crisp sound gradually grew louder, the cracks became deeper and deeper. Finally, the huge diamond ring, under everyone's shocked gazes, collapsed with a loud bang. Bang! A figure suddenly flew out, and finally smashed into the hard bluestone floor of the arena, creating a huge deep pit. Traces of dust immediately swept up because of this. On the high platform, Gu Yutian's face suddenly became incomparably pale. Looking at the dispirited figure in the crater, he knew that Gu Xian had been defeated. Big brother, he lost. Gu Yu's pretty face was also pale. She also didn't expect Gu Xian to be defeated. She knew that after this battle, perhaps her proud and arrogant big brother would find it hard to accept. Gu Xian's talent and strength were one of the best in the entire Rattan Armor City. He had always been regarded as the #1 person of the younger generation in Rattan Armor City. Under the influence of so many halos, Gu Xian's personality naturally became cold and arrogant. No one had expected Gu Xian's defeat this time around. Moreover, it was just as Ying Huaqiang had said. Gu Xian had been finished off by him in a single move. It was likely that the proud and arrogant Gu Xian would find it difficult to accept such a crushing defeat. Yo! Young Master Gu Xian, why are you so weak? Didn't you arrogantly say that you were going to defeat me? Why can't you even take one move from me now? A figure slowly walked out from the dust and arrived in front of the crater. Ying Huaqiang covered his mouth and laughed. His mocking voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Looks like he went a little too hard. Let me see where you are injured, young master. Ying Qianghua smiled pretentiously. His right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Gu Xian's neck. He lifted her like a rooster. It was obvious that Ying Qianghua was deliberately humiliating her. Holding Gu Xian in his hand, Ing Qianghua circled around as if he was demonstrating his power, showing Gu Xian's painful and humiliated expression to all the audience. Gu Xian's face was completely pale. Because Ing Qianghua was holding him by the neck, the feeling of suffocation caused the veins on his forehead to bulge, making him look extremely ferocious. Looking at Gu Xian's miserable appearance, the high platform of the city lord's mansion suddenly fell into silence. Many people revealed a trace of humiliation in their eyes. After all, Gu Xian was the strongest contestant sent out by the city lord's mansion. Moreover, as the eldest son of Gu Yutian, he also represented the glory of the city lord's mansion. However, such a representative figure was now being held by the neck like a rooster, unable to resist at all. Ing Qianghua, I will definitely kill you. Gu Xian spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, which happened to land on Ing Qianghua's face. Gu Xian said with a cold expression, "Ah, damn it, you actually dare to dirty my delicate little face. It seems that you are courting death." Ing Qianghua screamed. His eyes also turned cold, and traces of killing intent gradually rose. His right hand turned into a claw, and at the speed of a meteor, he fiercely tapped Gu Xian's limbs. The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out, followed by a miserable howl from Gu Xian. Her limbs suddenly fell down powerlessly. Obviously, the bones in her limbs had been shattered. Gu Yutian stood up with a whoosh, and his eyes suddenly turned red. "Old dogging, why don't you tell your son to stop? Our city lord's mansion admits defeat." Gu Xian was his most valued son, and at the same time, his successor as the city lord. He had placed a lot of hopes on Gu Xian. Now that he saw his son's limbs being mercilessly destroyed, even though Gu Yutian was a steady person, he couldn't help but have the impulse to go berserk at this moment. "City Lord Gu, you are really rude. The host of this bet hasn't admitted defeat, right? Even if you admit defeat, it doesn't count. Unless young Master Gu Xian takes the initiative to admit defeat." Ing Xuelua slowly stood up, staring at Gu Yutian with a mocking gaze, and said unhurriedly, "Old dogging, if you still don't tell your son to stop, then don't blame me for officially declaring war on your sifting sect on behalf of the city lord's mansion. If Xian is really unlucky, I will raise your sifting sect to the ground even if both sides suffer losses." Gu Yutian's eyes were red and he roared loudly. When Ing Xuelua heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Gu Yutian to be so bold. For Gu Xian, he dared to mobilize the city lord's mansion's power and declare war on the sifting sect. Although the sifting sect's strength was not much weaker than the city lord's mansion, once the two forces went to war, it would inevitably result in both sides suffering losses. At that time, it was very likely that other forces would take advantage of the situation. After thinking about it again and again, Ing Xuelua smiled and said, "Qianghua, since Gu Yutian has taken the initiative to admit defeat, then stop. You should have a good fight." As soon as Ing Xuelua's words came out, Ing Qianghua, who was in the ring with a ferocious face, suddenly stopped. He looked at Ing Xuelua and screamed, "Father, this bastard actually dirted my little face. This is absolutely intolerable. I must kill him." Ing Xuelua frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He said in a cold voice, "Don't you even listen to your father's words?" Ing Qianghua was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Ing Xuelua again, and finally compromised. He kicked Gu Xian in the chest and said coldly, "Since it's my father's order, I'll spare you this time. You know, even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough to compensate for her face." Gu Xian's body flew out of the ring like a withered leaf, but the moment she fell to the ground, she was caught in the hands of Gu Yutian. Looking at Gu Xian, who was almost dying in his arms, Gu Yutian's anger grew stronger. The sifting sect had no intention of showing any mercy. If he hadn't stopped them just now, Gu Xian would have been dead by now. "Father! I'm sorry. I've lost this time." Gu Xian, who was curled up in Gu Yuetian's embrace, revealed a defeated expression on her pale face as she mournfully said, "Don't talk. You've lost this time. As long as you're fine." A forced smile appeared on Gu Yutian's face. Then, he brought the severely injured Gu Xian back to the high platform. On the high platform, Zhuowen looked at the dying Gu Xian. Ing Qianghua's attitude just now really made Zhuowen unhappy. Although he didn't have a deep friendship with Gu Xian and he was quite arrogant, he was at least a person who valued friendship. This could be seen from the change in his attitude towards Zhuowen after he saved Gu Yu. Looking at the dying Gu Xian in Gu Yutian's arms, everyone on the high platform fell into silence. Gu Xian was, after all, the #1 young expert in the City Lord Mansion. Everyone had high hopes for him, but now Gu Xian's crushing defeat made everyone feel quite uncomfortable. "City Lord, young Master Gu Xian has been defeated. Don't tell me that our City Lord's mansion is going to be defeated again in this quota battle?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. Soon after, it attracted the agreement of many people. Taking in a deep breath, Gu Yutian's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the youth nearby. With a somewhat bitter smile, he said, "Zhuowen, if it was you, do you have the confidence to defeat Ing Qianghua?" As Gu Yuetian's words left his mouth, the gazes of the other people on the high platform all gathered on Zhuowen's body. They knew that the key to the City Lord Manor's victory this time had already landed on the youth before them. Even Gu Yu's beautiful eyes flashed, and her misty eyes were full of eagerness as she looked at the youth. "I have 80% confidence in defeating that sissy." Zhuowen stood up slowly and said with a faint smile. As soon as Zhuowen said this, the field suddenly became silent. The silence lasted for a moment, and Gu Yutian's eyes suddenly lit up. He solemnly bowed his head and said sincerely, "Zhuowen, the next battle depends on you. I know you have a lot of trump cards, but you still have to be careful." Zhuowen nodded slightly and turned his head to look at the high platform where Ing Xuelua was, with a cold smile on his face. At the same time, Ing Xuelua laughed heartily. Soon after, he looked towards Gu Yuetian and said in an indifferent tone, "Lord Gu, the most outstanding genius of your City Lord Mansion has also been defeated. In that case, there's no need for the following matches to avoid wasting time. As for the City Lord Mansion's quota, this old man will gladly accept it." "Old man, don't look down on people. Your grandfather hasn't appeared yet, so why are you in such a hurry? The next battle will continue as usual." A clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Ing Xuelua's words. Immediately, a young figure suddenly rushed onto the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Looking at the figure in the arena, the smile on Ing Xuelua's face gradually faded, and a trace of coldness rose in his eyes. He didn't care that Gu Yutian called him an old man. After all, Gu Yutian's cultivation was higher than his. However, the youth in front of him dared to call him that, which made the corner of Ing Xuelua's eyes twitch. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "What an uneducated brat. I think you are tired of living. Does your grandfather need to use honorifics to call you a grandson? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. The City Lord Mansion hasn't lost yet. If your two bastards can defeat me, then your sifting sect will win. Do you understand?" Zhuowen said mercilessly in the arena. The moment Zhuowen said those words, the audience fell silent. No one had expected that a young man would dare to yell at a human king like Xue Luo without any scruples. Chapter 169. Arrogant, this guy has quite a character. Even in front of a human king, he doesn't show any mercy. I quite like his character. On the high platform, the 9th Commandery Princess stared at the young man standing in the arena and chuckled. Su Chong, who had been standing behind her, saw the smile on the 9th Commandery Princess's face, and his face became gloomier. This was the first time he had seen the 9th Commandery Princess show such an appreciative smile. What made him even more unhappy was that the 9th Commandery Princess's smile was for Zhuowen. Bang! Xuelua slammed his hand on the tea table beside him. His eyes were filled with rage. If it were not for the rule that the experts of the older generation were not allowed to fight, he would have killed the arrogant young man in the arena. Father, leave this reckless little brat to me. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Xianghua's feminine voice rang out slowly as he came to Xuelua's side. Qianhua, there's no need to show mercy. Cripple this arrogant boy for me. Xuelua's face was extremely gloomy. He grinned and said coldly, "That's only natural. You should know that this little brat didn't just scold you, father. He even scolded me and big sister. In a while, I will properly educate this little brat." Qianghua raised his orchid fingers and covered his mouth as he laughed. After he finished speaking, Qianghua lightly stepped on the ground. His entire body was like a graceful swallow as he landed on the stage. "Brat, do you think that you're invincible just because you have level 2 mental strength? You should know that even the strongest person in your city lord's mansion, Gu Xian, is no match for me. Do you think you can defeat me?" Qianghua looked down at Zhuowen condescendingly as he covered his mouth and sneered. "A transvestite like you who is neither male nor female is quite confident. Just by looking at you, I can tell that you are a coward. Do you think that I will be afraid of trash like you?" Zhuowen stood there quietly and said without any change in his expression. At this time, the audience was boiling again because Zhuowen had taken the initiative to appear in the arena. Many people looked at Zhuowen's back with some doubt. In their opinion, the strongest person in the city lord's mansion, Gu Xian, was defeated. Was it useful to send a young man whose cultivation was not as good as Gu Xian? It seems that the city lord's mansion has given up on themselves. Are they still holding on to their last hope? Although this young man is level 2 Arcanist Think Studio, Editor's Picks, Transvestite Arcanist, King Arcanist's Realm, Transvestite. I really don't understand what the city lord mansion is thinking. Gu Xian's defeat has already explained everything. Isn't sending this young man to his death? Voices of discussion instantly exploded in the audience. As the voices of discussion continued to grow, countless doubtful gazes were cast on the arena, on the figure of the young man who stood quietly on the arena. However, when the questioning voices from below the stage reached its peak, some of the forces from the main city of Rattan Armor City began to refute. Amidst this refutation, the recent rumors about Zhuowen in Rattan Armor City also began to spread. What do you guys know? Seriously speaking, young Master Zhuowen is the #1 expert of the younger generation in our Rattan Armor City. He has a record of killing a King Realm cultivator. Can those bastards from the Sifting sect achieve this? It was unknown who shouted this sentence, but the audience instantly became silent. Whoosh, whoosh. After the silence, countless gazes once again gathered on the arena, on the back of the young man. This young man had once killed a King Realm cultivator? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? On the arena, Qianghua also heard the words of the person who had just spoken. His feminine face was instantly stunned for a moment, but soon after, he covered his mouth and laughed loudly. His right hand, which was curled up like an orchid, pointed at Zhuowen and said mockingly, "Looks like the city lord's mansion has really declined. Now that you're about to lose, you actually made up such a ridiculous lie. Are you really so naive to think that you can win with a few fallacies?" When Qianghua's words came out, the audience below the stage roared with laughter. Many people pointed at Zhuowen's back with disdain in their eyes. Ignoring the countless mocking gazes from below the arena, as well as Qianghua's face full of mockery, Zhuowen cupped his hands towards Lingzhu, who had an indifferent expression on his face, and said indifferently, "Sir, can we start the battle now?" Lingzhu was stunned. He did not expect that the young man in front of him was not the slightest bit afraid when facing a half-step King Realm cultivator. He could see that the indifference on the young man's face was not an act, but an indifference that came from the bottom of his heart. If the two of you have no objections, the battle can naturally begin. As he spoke, Lingju waved his hand and said with an indifferent expression, "You're quite brave. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when I twist off your head later?" Ing Qianghua licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, "Brat, if you can withstand one move from me, then you're quite capable. But in my opinion, you won't even be able to withstand one move, so you'd better die obediently." Ing Qianghua sneered. He stomped his foot and his entire body flew straight forward. The ear-piercing sound of wind breaking was like muffled thunder, exploding in the entire arena. When Ing Qianghua rushed straight towards Zhuowen like a storm, countless people below the arena also cast their gazes towards Zhuowen, who was not far away. However, the moment they saw Zhuowen, a trace of astonishment appeared in their eyes. This was because Zhuowen, who was standing on the arena, was actually standing there in a daze. He did not dodge or attack, as if he was scared silly and did not move at all. What's wrong with this brat? He was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant just a moment ago. Why is he not moving now? Could it be that he's scared silly? Looks like he's really a brat who only looks strong on the outside but is actually weak on the inside. Anyone can play with words, but this brat's mouth is so venomous. I'm afraid Ing Qianghua won't show any mercy. When they saw Zhuo Wen's stunned expression, the audience below the stage burst into loud laughter, as well as countless discussions that were filled with ridicule. But was Zhuo Wen really scared out of his wits like they said? The answer was of course no. It was just that Zhuo Wen was currently concentrating on activating the holy ice flame symbol. After the last battle with Lu Qingshang, Zhuo Wen was much more careful when activating the holy ice flame symbol. If he swaggered out the holy ice flame symbol, perhaps some knowledgeable people would recognize it. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Once the holy ice flame symbol was exposed, Zhuo Wen's fate would be to become the enemy of the whole world. At that time, not only would the Zhuo family face a disaster, but it would also be difficult to find a place to stay. Zhuo Wen was very clear about how attractive the holy ice flame symbol was to those supreme experts, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not expose the holy ice flame symbol on his body. The method to conceal the holy ice flame symbol on the back of his hand naturally relied on Xiao Hei's help. The moment when Zhuo Wen stood there in a daze was actually Xiao Hei secretly casting a spell to conceal the holy ice flame symbol on the back of his hand. At this moment, Ing Qianghua had already arrived above Zhuo Wen's head. He glanced at the youth who was still in a daze and muttered to himself in a slightly bored manner, "I originally thought that you would be able to play with me for a while longer. Now, it seems like you're just a silver spear with a wax head. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way." Speaking until here, Ing Qianghua suddenly waved both of his hands, and an endless amount of origin energy suddenly burst out from his body. As the origin energy continued to gather, a huge blood-red claw that was like a mountain condensed behind him. Farewell. Taking one last look at the youth below, Ing Qianghua's claw suddenly pressed down. Then, the huge blood-red claw poured down in torrents, and an endless amount of astral wind swept out as it fell, forming a huge tornado in the middle of the stage that shot straight to the horizon. Blood claw, kill. Rumble. It was as if countless huge thunderbolts had fallen. Immediately, the entire arena resounded. Invisible ripples accompanied the loud noise and spread out in all directions. Many of the martial warriors below the stage involuntarily retreated under the ripples. What a terrifying power! The blood claw that Ing Qianghua used this time was even stronger than the one he used to defeat Gu Xian. It seems that Zhuo Wen's corpse is already gone. The City Lord Mansion has really miscalculated. To actually send out such a weakling, I really don't know what City Lord Gu is thinking. Sigh. I didn't expect the Yin Sifting sect to defeat the City Lord Mansion this time. Does this mean that the Yin Sifting sect's strength will surpass the City Lord Mansion's? After the blood claw landed, sighs rang out one after another. The competition for a spot was not only a matter of honor, but also the allocation of resources. In the Origin Energy Tower battle, once a disciple entered the top 1,000 in the final ranking, they would receive a certain amount of resources from the House of Marquis Qin as a reward. Coincidentally, after the Yin-sifting sect obtained 3 spots in the last competition, one of their disciples miraculously entered the top 1,000 in the Origin Energy Tower and received a reward from the House of Marquis Qin. This was also the reason why the Yin-sifting sect was able to nurture 2 half-step Zhao King realm cultivators. On the high platform, Gu Yutian's hands clenched. He didn't expect Zhuowen to stand there like a fool and allow Ying Qianghua to attack. This kind of situation was already beyond his expectations. Will Zhuowen be all right? Gu Yu covered her mouth with her jade-like hand. Her face turned incomparably pale as she asked in a trembling voice. Sigh. I'm afraid this fellow is doomed. Gu Xian, who was sitting on the far side, said with a sigh. His injuries were quite serious. He was well aware of the power of Ying Qianghua's blood claw. Even a low-grade spirit treasure, the diamond ring, would find it difficult to resist that kind of power. That was easy. This brat can't even withstand a single blow. Ying Qianghua slowly landed on the stage and cracked his neck with a faint smile. Ying Qianghua, your attack is really soft. It doesn't seem to hurt or even tickle my body. Just as Ying Qianghua's smile became even more brilliant, a voice slowly drifted over. The smile that was just about to blossom on his face instantly withered. Chapter 170. Defeated in one move. Sizzle sizzle. A charred sound slowly sounded over the entire arena. Immediately, a figure slowly stepped out from the dust. A heat that was difficult to hide suddenly rose over the entire space following the slow appearance of this figure. The surrounding air also began to boil like steam. Swoosh swoosh. Numerous gazes looked at this black human figure that had appeared. They involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this black human figure clearly. This was because they were shocked to discover that the surroundings of this human figure were actually covered by a dense black flame. The sudden rise in temperature was clearly caused by this black flame. This is the Nirvana demon flame? At the edge of the arena, Lingzhu, who originally had an indifferent expression, involuntarily muttered to himself with a slightly changed expression when his eyes stared at the black flame on the human figure's body. You are Zhuowen? Ying Qianghua's eyes hardened as he stared at the human figure in front of him, whose entire body was covered by the black flame. Who else can it be other than the old me? Damn transvestite, you had a great time fighting earlier, right? Now it should be my turn. Zhuowen clenched his fist slightly. A spark-like black flame immediately shot out. Ying Qianghua's face twitched. For some unknown reason, he was able to sense that there was an extremely dangerous aura on Zhuowen's body at this moment. Although the aura on Zhuowen's body was only at the half-step to the corporeal yang stage, it still gave Ying Qianghua an extremely dangerous feeling. This kind of feeling did not originate from Zhuowen's body. Instead, it came from the strange black flame that adhered to the surface of Zhuowen's body. Although I don't know what the black flame on your body is, you are still far from defeating me. However, I'm afraid that you are still far from being able to defeat me. Your fate will ultimately be the same as Gu Xian's. Ying Qianghua quickly recovered his calm and laughed coldly. You will beat me until even your mother cannot recognize you in a while, you damn transvestite. Zhuowen did not wish to talk nonsense with Ying Qianghua. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground and an endless amount of black flame suddenly surged out from his body. The green rock under his feet gradually melted into liquid under the frightening temperature of the black flame. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen was like a shooting star. His entire body was covered in black flames as he suddenly rushed towards Ying Qianghua. Wherever he passed, countless black sparks would burst forth like fireworks. Hearing Zhuowen's insulting words, Ying Qianghua's face immediately flushed red. These words were really a little vicious. Even his mother was scolded. Ing Xuelua's expression became extremely gloomy after hearing Zhuowen's curse. However, his eyes were filled with some fear as he looked at the Nirvana demon flame on the surface of the former's body. This flame should be the brat's trump card. What a strange brat! Not only is he a level 2 arcanist, but he also possesses such a strange flame. Moreover, this black flame is not an ordinary flame, yet this brat can use it so freely. We have underestimated this brat. Ing Xuelua whispered coldly. I wonder if little brother can block this fellow's black flame. It seems that this fellow's black flame is quite strange. Ing Hualan, who had a calm expression, frowned and opened her mouth to speak. Xianghua is not so easy to deal with. Let's wait and see. Ing Xuelua shook his head and spoke in a dark voice. Damn brat, I will definitely kill you. Ing Qianghua's eyes were bright red. Fingernails that were over a foot long extended from the fingertips of his hands, after which both of his claws gently cut through the empty space. Immediately, the surrounding yuan power boiled. Immediately, countless yuan power chi blades were emitted from his fingernails. 10,000 claws gouging heart. A low roar was emitted from Ing Qianghua's throat. Immediately, countless tiny chi blades were agglomerated between his claws. These chi blades were merely the size of a fingernail. A trace of cold light burst out from Ing Qianghua's eyes. Immediately, Ing Qianghua pushed his claws forward. Then, the countless chi blades between his claws suddenly swept straight toward Zhuowen. The moment Ing Qianghua pushed out these tiny chi blades, they expanded countless times in an instant. They turned into huge chi blades that were as tall as a person. Countless huge chi blades turned into a constantly rotating hurricane above the arena. The hurricane was full of densely packed huge chi blades. The hurricane swept straight toward Zhuowen, intending to swallow him whole. Zhuowen snorted coldly. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed and rushed into the hurricane in a way that seemed to be courting death in the eyes of everyone. Boom! However, what surprised everyone was that, after Zhuowen rushed into the hurricane, a monstrous pillar of fire rose into the sky and tore the hurricane apart in an instant. Swoosh! In an instant, the hurricane was torn apart. A figure covered in black flames suddenly rushed out. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the figure's right hand suddenly lifted Ing Qianghua's collar. Then, with a sudden swing, he threw Ing Qianghua onto the hard stone platform of the arena. Boom! Ing Qianghua was smashed into the ground by Zhuowen without any resistance. With a bang, a 2-meter deep crater was created. The funny thing was that Ing Qianghua's head was embedded in the ground. Only the lower half of his body was left on the stone platform. His legs were constantly swaying, like a living fish on a chopping board. From the moment Ing Qianghua released the chi blades to when he was instantly dealt with by Zhuowen, it was only a blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, they were shocked to find that Ing Qianghua, who was incomparably powerful a moment ago, was now embedded into the ground in a somewhat humiliating manner. Quite a number of people below the stage involuntarily laughed as they looked at the pair of repeatedly swaying legs on the stage. However, after laughing, the gazes that everyone used to look at the figure on the stage, whose entire body was burning with black flames, immediately became different. They finally understood why the youth was so arrogant at the beginning. It was because the youth had the capital to be arrogant. Ing Qianghua was actually dealt with so easily? Isn't this a little too fast? On the high platform, Gu Xian rubbed his eyes and looked at the swaying legs on the arena in disbelief. When he looked at the young figure standing quietly on the arena, he knew that what he saw was not an illusion. I didn't expect that he could deal with a warrior who was half a step into the Zhao King realm so easily. Gu Xian slowly calmed down and looked at the young man in the arena. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He still remembered the battle in the market half a year ago. At that time, he didn't put the youth in front of him in his eyes. At that time, he followed his father, Gu Yu Tian, to the God Stone Square and looked down on the youth in front of him. However, half a year later, the youth's strength had actually grown to such a terrifying extent. At this time, he could only look up at the youth that he didn't put in his eyes at that time. Lingju looked at the youth on the arena with surprise. He also didn't expect that the youth in front of him would be able to deal with Ying Qianghua so easily. Lingju glanced indifferently at the swaying legs not far away and said indifferently, "The city lord's mansion wins this round." As soon as Lingju said this, there was a burst of cheers on the high platform on Gu Yutian's side. Almost everyone stood up and jumped with excitement. Zhuowen's victory undoubtedly restored the face of Gu Xian when he was defeated. Gu Yutian suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "I really didn't misjudge Zhuowen. When I heard that he had killed Wang Yuanxing and Chen Xing, I didn't believe it. Now it seems that it wasn't a lie." Beside him, Gu Yu also stood up. Her watery eyes stared straight at the figure of the youth on the stage that was the center of attention of tens of thousands of people. Crack! Ying Xuelua suddenly crushed the teacup in his hand, and his eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets. He stared at the arena in disbelief and muttered to himself. He defeated Qianghua with only one move. Where did this kid come from? How could he hide such a powerful strength? "Father, what should we do next? My strength is only slightly higher than Qianghua's. With the strength that the kid has shown, even if I use all my strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat him." Ying Hualan's face was no longer calm. Her thigh-thick arms suddenly clenched into a fist, and her voice trembled. The Yin sifting sect has been preparing for this competition for a long time. I will not allow any mistakes. Hualan, we can only use the yin-yang dual condensation technique. This time, you will be the carrier. Ying Xuelua said in a deep voice. "Father, if we use the yin-yang dual condensation technique, I'm afraid brother will." Ying Hualan's expression changed and she hesitated. "Humph. We can't let the City Lord's mansion win this competition. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion will pull us further and further away. For the sake of the sect, Qianghua should be sacrificed." "Why? Are you not willing?" Ying Xuelua looked at Ying Hualan with red eyes and said eerily. Ying Hualan's expression turned cold. She finally lowered her head and said softly, "I will follow father's arrangement. The Yin sifting sect admits defeat. Let Qianghua out." Glancing at Ying Hualan, Ying Xuelua suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Zhuowen in the arena. "Since you have admitted defeat, you will naturally be let go." On the arena, Zhuowen smiled faintly and immediately pulled Ying Qianghua out of the ground. "Zhuowen, you bastard, you hit my head on purpose, didn't you? I will not let you go." As soon as Ying Qianghua came out, he roared and pounced. It seems that the lesson was not enough. "Then I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Zhuowenwei leaned to the side and dodged Ying Qianghua's pounce. Soon after, her right hand grabbed the back of Ying Qianghua's collar and pulled him in front of her. Then, her fist smashed down on Ying Qianghua's face. "My nose is bleeding." Ying Qianghua covered his nose and slowly retreated. His voice was even more miserable. His voice was like an old woman in her 70s being raped. It made one's hair stand on end. "Since I promised to beat you until your mother can't recognize you, then I will fulfill my promise." Zhuowen sneered and stepped forward. He punched and kicked Ying Qianghua's gigolo face. After a while, Ying Qianghua's originally white face was completely swollen at this time, like a pig's head. Ying Qianghua seemed to be numb and no longer struggled. Apparently, he had accepted his fate. "Enough!" Ying Xuelua suddenly shouted and clenched his fist, showing his anger at this time. However, he did not dare to make a move. After all, Gu Yutian was on the opposite side. "Enough, I will return this guy to you." Zhuowen rubbed his fist and smiled brightly. Then, he kicked Ying Qianghua and sent him flying toward Ying Xuelua. At this time, many people in the audience were silent. Looking at Ying Qianghua, who was like a pig's head, everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.